So, I am now live on YouTube. If you want to watch on YouTube, I am live on TikTok. For those who are normally following me on TikTok, welcome. I'm going to go ahead and make a quick announcement on my pages to let everyone know that I'm here. We are making the Monster Bag by K. Esconda Designs. Let me let them know. Maybe I would go live on Facebook, but can I say no thank you to that? Can we say no thank you to that? Let me go to the group and post that. I am live. Okay, that's weird. It's I don't know my YouTube. I think it's Yumi Crabs. We're gonna find out. Anybody know my YouTube? There's the question, because I don't know my own YouTube page address. I'm gonna find myself. Hold on. Is that crazy or what? It does show on live. Okay, so I can just copy the link. Okay. Okay, hello. Let me turn on my big words here. Thank y'all so much for joining. Thank you very, very much for your patience. I greatly appreciate it. I am officially live on both YouTube and TikTok. I'm going to be honest with you, for the people on YouTube, I don't even know how to read the chat. So hopefully that won't be hard. I'll figure it out. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I see Bird Woman loves Luna. Hello, everybody. I see, hey, Tammy. It's been a minute. Good morning. Hey, Nicole. Is it Jaleska? Jaleska? Ooh, please tell me how to say that. But thank you. Thank you. Hey, Janine. Hey, Carmen. Hey, Belinda. So guys, this is going to be a first. I'm dual casting on YouTube for Kim. So K. Esconda Designs is Kim Esconda. Kim, I have done, if you guys remember, I did her the Shade Slayer pattern on YouTube. It's the sunglass case. I was one of her pattern testers, and then I did the case on YouTube. I did a video for it. So, and most of you know I love Kim. I love her designs. I've probably made almost everything she makes. So I told Carmen I wanted to do her emo bag. She has a pattern called the emo bag. Now here's the thing. I told you guys that if you joined her Facebook group, which is K. Esconda Designs Patterns Facebook group, you could get this pattern for free. But I also told you that if you didn't want to join her group, her Facebook group, you could pay for the pattern and it was worth the money. I'm not lying. It's worth the money. And I'm going to explain to you why it's worth the money. But if you have not purchased the pattern, this live, I'm going to give a giveaway. I'm going to show you, Tammy. I'm going to show you exactly what I'm using this time. I'm going to do a giveaway for her pattern. It might be one, it might be two. I don't know. We'll see. Um, and the thing that I love about this pattern, one, you have the option to get it free. But two, the bag is called the Emo Bag. It comes with patterns for, so let me just show it to you. I'm going to show you the original pattern, and then I'm going to show you why I feel like it's worth you to either pay for it or go get it free by joining her page, because why not? So this is the Emo Bag, and the first thing you're going to say is, Tanisha, it's just a circle bag, right? No. Why? Why would you do that to me? Why would you do that to me, you rude phone? You're like, it's a circle bag. I've made a million circle bags. So have I. So have I. However, this circle bag just so happens to come with files to make different emoji faces, right? You can get the SVG files. If you don't have a Cricut or a Silhouette or anything to cut it out, guess what? You can cut it out by hand. They are not so complex that you can't do them by hand. So it comes with the files to do this. However, in case you didn't know, I recently got my very first Labubu. I got this one right before the African American Cultural Fest. Her name is Happiness, and I will tell you, she brought people into my tent. She brought the people into my tent, especially the kids. The kids saw this and was very much like, oh my God, a Labubu, and they were flocking to it. I ended up buying another one because I wanted the purple one, and mind you, I didn't know these were both blind boxes. These were both blind boxes, and I got the one I wanted. I got my purple baby. This is luck. So we are going to be making the monster bag. Now, here's the thing. The pattern, if you purchase it, comes with the files. Why are you making me look crazy? Huh? Why? It comes with the files to make the monster bag, right? So why not? Why not? And it's not like it's overly expensive. This pattern's $11. It's $11. I've told you, we have made bags together that had more, that cost more than the $11 for this bag. So I'm going to be making the monster bag today. I'm going to tell you, I am doing it a little different. I love Joseph one, the green fur one. Oh, that's Joseph's bag. So here's the thing. Here's the thing. Yes, you can do a super furry one. I, however, am not. So I'm going to do a little bit in between. Because here's the thing. I have fabric sensitivities, right? What does that mean, Tanisha? Sometimes fabrics annoy me. Like, let's be honest. Sometimes the fabrics are annoying. For example, I can never, ever, ever work with tulle. Tulle makes my skin crawl like somebody just dragged their fingernails across a chalkboard. If I am carrying a bag and fleece or fur runs up the inside of my arm, I'm going to freak out. I'm going to immediately think it's a bug. Why? Because I do it with my hair, right? So since this is going to be my bag, because I am now a Labubu girl, right? This is going to be mine. I decided to use a soft fleece, right? It's not so furry that the furs are going to stick up, but it's not furry, so it's soft. 1 second. I did find this one at Walmart because, again, I just did not want to use faux fur. I could have used faux fur. I am trying my very best to avoid purchasing at Walmart, but I no longer have a Joann. And I just didn't want anything so thick. Like, I didn't want the fur texture, if that makes sense. I wanted something a little bit less furry. So this one is called the Anti-Peel Fleece fabric. So this is, now, I don't know what they meant by anti-peel, because it does, when you cut it, you're going to have, think of a minky. These little pieces are going to come off till you stabilize it, right? So this is the front and the back. And yes, I know my thing went crooked. I tried to eyeball it, and I did not win the eyeball event. Okay. So things I want to tell you about the stabilizer. She does not tell you which stabilizer to use. So I'm going to tell you what I did so that you can decide what works best for you. And if you've been in my live before, I have said some of these things before. Act like you didn't hear it. Okay. Just pretend you didn't hear it for the people who are new. Okay. So, what I did, because this is a very loose flowing fabric, first thing I did was put SF 101 on the fabric to give it, to stop it from stretching, right? That's the reason why I use what I like to call interfacing. There, to me, to Tanisha, not to the general public at large, but to Tanisha, interfacing is different than stabilizer, okay? In bag making, to Tanisha, interfacing is different than stabilizers. I know people will tell you different, but trust me, I've been making bags for over 10 years. This is my interfacing. Stops the fabric from stretching. It stops the fabric from fraying. It stops the fabric from warping out of the shape, right? But it still lets it be loose and flexible. Stabilizer gives it its shape, per se. Like if you want it to be stiff, you want it to be flexible, you want it to be soft, that's stabilizer to me. So for my back panel piece, this is going to be my back panel, I use SF 101 to give the fleece some texture, like some shape, to stop it from stretching. Hey Cindy, thank you so much for joining. And then I use stabilizer Decaville Light to give it its shape. So you see, it's not like when I hold it, it's not folding completely over. It has the ability to do so, but it's still keeping the shape of the circle. See? It's keeping the shape of the circle. So, however, for the front, which I'm going to have to iron again, here's what I did. I really don't like that I got that so badly off track. I'm going to have to fix that later. But what I did is I did the SF 101. Then I did a layer of foam. The foam will make itself understandable in a minute. And then I did a layer of SF 101 to keep the foam from coming out, which I need to iron those together. It's falling all apart. Okay, so apparently this part did not work well for me, and I'm going to have to figure it out. So I'll iron it again. I have an iron behind me, and that will help me get it back in the right place a little bit. Because I did knock this out of spot. So this would be the shape. I'll fix this. It's just, I did not fuse the second piece on correctly, so I'll fix it. But just so you can see, it's going to be this piece, and then I'm going to have the foam in the middle, and then SF 101 again. That's going to be the front of the bag. Why? Because when I put my face on here, I want my face to puff out a little bit. Like, if you look here, you see how the face comes out a little bit? I don't want a flat face on the front of my bag. I want it to puff out a little bit, and that's the purpose of the foam in between here. You can do Decaville Light in the front of here as well, and it will be perfectly fine, but I'm doing the foam just because I want, when I get to the part where I'm adding the face to the main panel piece, I want it to have a little poof in there. So that's why I chose foam. For the ears, again, I did the same thing. I did SF 101 on the front, but on the back, I did Decaville Light. My hope is with the Decaville Light, it will help to keep the ears standing up over time, and they won't start to sag in if I had used like just fleece, fusible fleece. For my side panels, for the D-ring connectors, I am using the same fleece, but I put Decaville Light on the inside along with the SF 101 so that when I put the D-ring connector on it, it will keep it, it will not fray over time. So that's how I did those. And the same, I did the same thing with the gusset, except with the so with the gusset on one side, Decaville Light, on the other side, just SF 101. And I did that for the zipper pieces as well. So those are all of the pieces. My bag is going to be completely fleece. I am not doing any vinyl. Why? Because I couldn't find any matching vinyl. And I have a blue, but it was a shade darker. And I was like, what we're not doing is that. Okay. Now for the face, if you use the files, which I did, that she gives you, it will cut it out for you. So you need it to have the center circle piece for the face. That's the base. Then you're going to have this piece, which I need to take these pieces out of. These are going to come back in a minute. We're going to talk about these again in a minute. I'm going to have to snip that. The thing that's going to take the longest on this bag is this part that I'm going over right now. It is the applique. You will need patience. Please have patience. Please have patience. So over the white, you're going to have this brown applique. Don't worry about these little white pieces you see. I will be snipping those in a minute. Then over that, you're going to have the actual face pieces. So it's going to look like this. You're going to have to sew these down. And then you have, of course, the eyes. Now, here's the thing. When I did this originally, the eyes cut out of the brown. And then I was like, I don't want the brown eyes. I want my eyes to match the nose and something else I'm going to do. And so I went back and changed the file. So the eyes are now going to be the same color as the nose. So I'm doing a blue eye instead of a brown eye to match the blue bag. And then, of course, I have the blue nose. That's going to go here. And also what I did is I am going to cut out with you guys right now one of the teeth. I want, because if you see on my Labubu, because there's different types of Labubus, okay? The first version that came out, they had all white teeth. I have Big Into Energy, and they all have a tube that matches their eyes, and then they have different color ears. I didn't do the different color ears because I didn't have a blue that looked really good with the rainbow blue, so I'm just doing the same color ears. But I do want one tooth to be the same color as the eyes, so I'm going to be doing that. So that's the difference that I'm going to do. And so we're going to cut it out. I just did not cut that out in advance. Let me see. I want to find the right one so I know which one to cut out. So that would be not this one because that's too big. Oh, maybe it was that one. You just got to find the right one to cut out. So it has one tooth that is, it's this one. Yep, it's this one. So we're going to cut this out of the same vinyl that I did for the eyes. I'm just going to trace it real quick and I'll cut it a little bit later. So you are going to need glue. You're going to need patience and some time. Those are the things. If you have questions, please don't hesitate to ask. I am definitely here for asking questions. I love interaction. It works great for me. I'm happy to help. If you are how many of you are making this bag today? Anybody? Anybody? Everybody? Sorry. No. Halloween horror character. Yes. They have costumes too. I'm just saying, you have so many ways to go with this. So many ways that there's no reason to not make the monster bag. You know? All right, so now we have the tooth as well. So first things first, I'm going to start with gluing the face down. Why? Because I want to give it an opportunity to dry. And I don't want to like sit here and have to wait for it. What machine do you have, Tammy? I'm using my Juki today. I don't think it's gonna be too big of a problem. Again, I'm using the Juki, so we'll see. I'll keep you posted. But what machine are you planning to use? That was a little too big. The Juki DDL. I think you should be, is it just the fur goes into your, like into the middle part? Is that the concern that you have? Yeah, this is not fitting the way that I want it to. I just need to round it a little bit at the top and the side. So round it. Okay, that's better. We have the tooth. Hopefully that will work out. So first things first, let's glue this to the white portion of the face. Let me get my little small snip so I can take off all these little white threads that are in the way, because I do not want those to stay. Do not touch your pattern piece, just threads. It will hurt your own feelings if you cut the pattern piece. So now just flip it over, and I'm not going to put glue everywhere. I'm just going to put it in the middle, around the face, and under the teeth. Actually, I'm going to put it in the spots here, like just in the corner portions, because I just, in case I don't get sewed all the way up to that part, I just want to be sure that I have that part covered. I had a bottle that the cap came off of, so what did I do? I put it in a mustard bottle. It is what it is. I'm going to work my glue, y'all. It's not going no. My glue is not. I'm not wasting glue, okay? I bought this from the Dollar Tree, the little mustard bottle, and we making it do what it do, because, again, I'm not wasting my glue. I just need to get the air out. Only thing is I can't store it upside down, which is the only part that's annoying. You can let them know they can daily point. Okay, so TikTok wants me to tell you that you can get daily points, bonus points, after completing all daily missions. I don't know what that means. Let me just tell y'all one thing. Over the next 2 months, October, November, over the next 2 months, I will be transitioning away from TikTok. I will not be downloading the new US version of TikTok that will be ran by Oracle. I just want to give y'all a heads up. So if you are one of my followers, you can follow me on Twitch. You can follow me on YouTube. That's going to take forever, y'all. It's not coming out, so let me get my fabric fusion. You can follow me on Instagram, but I will not be downloading the December version of TikTok. If they bring it out sooner, I can just tell you that I will be somewhere else. But I will keep you guys posted, because I will be slowly transitioning over to the new platform. But I'm not downloading the new version of TikTok. And this is not to be, yeah, I'm on Instagram. And this is not to be political or anything like that. I'm just, for me, that was just the straw that broke the camel's back. And I'm not, I don't want to be involved in all of that. So I will just be back on the other, not that the other ones are that much greater. However, it's the devil you know versus the one you don't. For me, for Tanisha. So I will be keeping you posted. So that's what I've done. I'm going to lay this down. Don't worry if you got glue anywhere. You can wipe, you have enough time to wipe it. But yeah, I will be transitioning. And funny enough, I had started to transition to YouTube back in December last year, in January. However, I didn't get a lot of traction on YouTube, so I was like, never mind, let me just go back to TikTok when it didn't cancel. And I never continued to build my YouTube, because honestly, I was doing the same lives, but people weren't coming over to YouTube. So I'm just wiping off the excess glue, guys, because like I said, you do have time. And you don't want to slide it, you just want to press it down so that it stays in place. The only thing is, when I press it down, the glue was coming out because I put a little too much around the teeth. But that's okay. It won't be seen. There. Okay, now we're going to repeat while this sits. We're going to put some glue on this one. And I'm doing this first again because I want to do other things while I let this sit and dry. Hey, Renee. My Twitch is Yummy Crafts. It's Yummy Crafts. I've had it for a while. I just wasn't using it. But I've had it for quite some time. I used to play Animal Crossing on there. I will put it in my bio so you guys can go see it. Don't use a lot of this, just use a little bit. Again, I'm just trying to get close to the teeth because sometimes you can't sew up that high. All right, we're gonna do the same thing. We're gonna flip this and lay it on top of here so you'll start to see what the face is gonna look like. Don't push it, just press it down. You can push it into place, but don't like shift it. I need some more glue around the teeth, sorry. I'm gonna have to put a couple more dots down here. I didn't. This part didn't want to stay down. All right, just so you can see, this is what the face is looking like right now. And we're gonna position the eyes and the nose and that one tooth that I did. I may have to recut this tooth because it looks too small. Yeah, now I cut it too small. Me and this, I'm gonna figure this tooth out. I'm gonna get this tooth. Now for me, I want my eyes, the white part of my eye to be up. You can decide how you want it. You may want it looking down. Completely up to you, but I'm gonna put my eyes, the circle of my eye facing up. Now for my eye, I think I'm just gonna use double-sided tape. I might as well use glue. We're here. We're already doing it. Let's just do it. That's too much glue. Okay, the glue hasn't dried, so I'm going to hold the eyes while I show you. Like that. That's how I'm going to put my eyes on. I'm going to try to put a book on top of this so it doesn't, while it's drying. And then a little dollop on the note. I had put painter's tape on the back while it was on my Cricut, and it was still on the back of here. All right. The nose is in place. Now you are going to want the thread that matches the face while you do the face. Then because if you get matching thread, it's least likely to be seen when you are sewing it. So if you make a mistake, it's least likely to be noticed. So it's best if you get matching thread, which we'll do that in a second. All right. Last piece is going to be this little tooth, if I can get it correctly. We're going to see. Had I thought about it while I was at the Cricut, I would have let the Cricut cut it out, but I didn't think about it while I was at the Cricut. I thought about it as I was fusing all the pieces together, and I was like, oh, I should have cut out a tooth. See, this is gonna fit right in that spot, sort of. Okay, I'm just gonna put a little dollop of glue right here, and then we're gonna set this, I'm gonna set this over on the other table so it can spend a minute drying while we do the ears. All right, we're gonna move this and I'm gonna put it underneath something heavy so it can dry. That did not work. Okay, perfection. It is currently underneath my sewing machine, underneath the book. So I put a book on top of it and then my sewing machine on top of that. Alrighty, so we are going to take where's the brown pieces? You need these two brown pieces and these two ear pieces, and then these two ear pieces. We're going to get double-sided tape now. Now you can glue this, but I just know, hey Lavette, that I just know that I'm going to, I don't want to wait for this part to glue too, because at least I can do this part while the face is glue, like waiting. I'm not so worried about the corners of this part coming up. All right. Ooh, hold on. It says, do I have a comment? I can't see comments on, I'm trying to see comments on YouTube, but I can't see them. So sorry guys, I'm doing my best. This is a first for me. All right, glue off to the side. We're good there. So what we need to do is, your ears have a curve. You need to find the piece that matches because it cut two out on the opposite. And we're going to lay this piece, we're going to try to center it as much as possible, and we'll stitch it down because that is going to create the ear shape, the middle of the ear, if that makes sense. Now, up to you which direction you do it. You could have put this piece on first, but I'm going to attach these two to each other first. So here's how I'm going to do it. I'm going to put the double-sided tape on this piece and then lay it on this piece. So I'm using a 1/4 inch, no, 1/8 inch double-sided tape. I need to put my table up here. I'll do that in a moment. Now, because I'm putting it at 1/8 and we're gonna be sewing at 1/8, I'm putting, excuse me, because this is an 1/8 inch and we're sewing like close to the edge, just not over the edge, I am gonna put this double-sided tape a little bit outside of 1/8, and I'll show you what I'm referring to in a second. If you can't get it out the seam allowance, at least put some oil on your needle before you sew. So this is an 1/8 of an inch right here. I'll show you people on YouTube in a second. I don't know why you're so off from, there we go. There, now you both can see the same thing. This is the 1/8 of an inch right inside here. I put it right outside of an 1/8 so that hopefully my needle doesn't catch it. Oh, listen, you're making your grandson lunch and I haven't eaten breakfast, okay? Well, I'll eat when I'm done. That's my motto today. It should still catch it because you should have more than an 1/8 overhang. And that's what it's going to look like. And I can see that little piece of double-sided tape. Oh, that's not double-sided tape. That was fleece. So I'm going to show you again. I taped just inside, just right outside an 1/8 of an inch. And now it's stuck. So we can sew this down. Let me find matching thread for this. This is the one I need. Now I'm trying to match the flesh tone. Ooh, nope, that's not it. And that's darker. And that's a green. I don't know who's messaging me. I think it's this one, but we'll see. No, these two are about the same. Yeah, I think it's gonna be this one. I think this is about as close as I'm gonna get to a matching thread. Because that's darker. This one's darker. I can check my other drawer, but I think this is gonna be the closest I'm gonna get. It's yellow. This one's a greenish color. Yeah. So we're gonna go with this one. I'm going to repeat that on this side real quick, and then we'll load up the machine. Yeah. I think that's going to be the closest. And I'm going to get to it. Well, that was lovely of me. I try to put stuff back and everything flies out. Where'd it go? There. So for the applique, this is a faux leather. It's a vinyl, whatever you want to call it. This is not a thicker one, so I'm not using a heavy needle. I'm not using a 100. I need to double check that because I think I have 100 on there. I'm going to switch to a 90, an 80 or a 90, because this right here is not a really thick vinyl, and I don't want to make the hole bigger than I need to, if that makes sense. So I'm going to switch to a smaller needle. I don't know why I put that thread up, because I'm going to have to pull it out for the next part, because I need to do the blue next. Some days, y'all, I am special. And then there's other days where I am smarter than myself. Like, I do things that I'd be like, ooh, I didn't even think about that, but I thought about that. All right, so we have both of these done. Have you done one of these before? Absolutely not, Tammy. This is a first. It's gonna be a surprise to the both of us, okay? How well this turns out is gonna be a shock to everyone. Oh, Lord, I just dropped the thread, bobbin. Ugh. This is the darker bobbin. However, I saw it and I was like, "Ooh, I can do that." That's not your. Good morning, sunshine. Is that not you guys? Are you guys? That's not your brand of what do they call it? Your brand of ADHD autism? Because that is definitely my brand of ADHD autism. Is I see people do stuff and I'm like, I can do that. My other brand, my other flavor of autism, as they would say, or not autism, ADHD. It's ADHD. I have autism in my family, and that it's not autism. It's ADHD. My other flavor is I will see something, and then I will see the price tag of something, and then I'll say, I can make that, and then I'll go make that because what? But then I spend like $800 more making it than I would have if I had bought it. But it was the principle of the matter. Okay. Is that just me? It's just me. Okay. Fine. I'm just saying it can't possibly just be me. I need to make a bobbin really quickly. Oh Lord, this bobbin has. Now this is supposed to be my case of empty bobbins. I pulled this out and there is thread on this bobbin. There's thread on this one and there's thread on this one. Now how, I don't want to know what I did to myself, okay? I don't. This one is empty. I'm special. I feel like there's not enough light over here. Are you guys seeing everything okay? Oh, great. Things I didn't do that I need to do. I have to plug in the presser foot again. Where did I put it? Where did I put the presser foot? I unplugged it yesterday so I could use the other machine. And now I can't locate my presser foot. Okay, give me a minute. Let me think. Because watch it be somewhere that makes good sense. And I'm just currently not making good sense in my head. Normally it would be right here on the table. And it is not. Right here behind me. Okay. Like I said, it would normally be somewhere that makes good sense. It was just underneath my seat. I was like, I just unplugged it yesterday. I needed to use the embroidery machine. My thread just went on a flight. Apparently when my thread went on a flight, it tangled up. There we go. Sorry, y'all. Wondering if you can use the mini Magdalena circle wristlet and just shrink the applique. The mini might be too small. You could do it, but Tammy, you're gonna have to modify the applique. I don't know if just shrinking it's gonna be enough. But yes. And I'll show you why I think that, well, when I get the face back, I'll show you why I think that. So I don't have any other pieces. So like, you might lose some of the detail. Also, you might need less teeth, if that makes sense. Like when you shrink it down, you're gonna lose some of the detail. So I don't know, because the mini Magda is about this wide, right? And so if you shrink it, it's going to be really hard to cut out all of the teeth, so you're going to need less teeth. Does that make sense? You could probably do it. I'm not saying no. I'm just saying be mindful, because that's a good idea. This bag isn't like the biggest of bags. It's okay, just making sure. I don't want you to go too far left, like, but I think you could do it. I think you're just going to need to modify a couple of parts, like the teeth, and maybe not layer as much on the eyes, but absolutely. All right, bobbin is in. I don't even know. Oh, right now we're just doing the 1/4 inch. I mean the 16. We are making the monster bag by Kay. I'm about to use her name. It's Kay Asconda Designs. I'll show it to you in one moment. I'm just needing to thread my bobbin. If you do not have the pattern, your participation today will give you an opportunity to win a pattern. We'll do a giveaway. Oh, I need to check this to make sure this is the right size needle. Give me 1 second. I don't want to use a thick one because this is not a thick vinyl. Yep, I was right. This is a 100. We're not doing that today. I'm going to use an 80. Good morning. Welcome to the live. Hey, Lisa. All right, there we go. Pull up our bobbin because I want to see it. And then we're going to start. All right, if you are worried about your machine getting stuck on the double-sided tape, I'm going to tell you a trick. I'm not doing it right now, but I have done it in the past. I learned this from Brittany of Crafted in Chaos. What you can do is put a little bit of machine oil on your needle before you start sewing, and it will help it to not stick to your double-sided tape when it goes through. Thank you so much, Tammy. I'm gonna pin your comment. I need to get new moderators, y'all, because I my last moderator passed away, and so I'm not going to remove her, but I would like to add new moderators to my list. Y'all, I'm losing my mind because now I can't find my knee lifter. There it is. I was about to say, all the pieces should be right here. And applique, if you have a knee lifter, use it. Thank you. I will definitely do that. I will add you guys today. I need to do that because honestly, hey Jennifer, because yeah. I don't know if y'all heard that. Something fell in my cabinet. I was like, wait a minute. So, when I do applique, I like to use my Juki for a couple of reasons. My Juki has a thin foot, a thin needle foot. I can actually show you. Oh, that's what fell, the presser feet. I bought a kit with every single presser foot that comes with my Juki in it, or comes for my Juki in it. So this one has a thin presser foot. I like this foot because when you're doing applique, you can actually see what you're sewing. This isn't the same foot, but oh, here it is. So it looks like, ooh, it looks like this. So as you can see, it's a thinner foot, which lets you be able to see between what you're sewing. So I like to use my Juki for applique. So because one, it's a straight stitch, and two, I can see better where I'm headed and what I'm going. These little prongs on the feet are approximately 1/8 of an inch. So it also helps with seam guide. Yeah, seam allowance. Yeah, that's what I thought. It's 1/8 of an inch. So let's say you are trying to stitch at 1/8 of an inch away. You can just honestly line up the foot on the 1/8 and sew. This one does not look the same. Hold on. I think I have the wrong foot on there. Yep, and I do. Let me measure this foot. It's 1/8. It just doesn't look like it. It looks a little bit bigger, but that's why I like to use this foot. So, and then I tell you guys very often, I say this. I say you're going to stitch close to the edge, not over the edge. Some people may call it a 16th or a scant 1/8. I close to the edge, just not over the edge. So, ooh, how long have I been sewing? That is a great question. I've been making bags for 10 years. I have been sewing on and off. It's been an hour already. Hold on, y'all. We have detected. Oh, it says my live is going to end. Oh, there's the puzzle piece. Okay. I don't know how I think because I have the big comments on, it doesn't like that. And so it's saying it detected. It says swipe left. Okay. I like the big comments though. Okay. It's been an hour. I did the swipey thing with the puzzle. We're good. That's for TikTok, YouTube. It makes you do that to say you're still there. I've been sewing since I was knee-high to an ant. I learned how to sew in middle school, and that's when they teach you how to do just like the hand sewing teddy bear and then the machine sewing teddy bear. But I wasn't really doing anything with my sewing. I didn't start sewing, honestly, until 10 years ago when I started making bags. And there's Allison from Daisy Made Designs, you can blame her for my bag obsession, because before that I was crocheting dolls, and then my bag obsession began. And as you can see, I have a cylinder arm behind me, this Juki, a brother serger, and a embroidery sewing machine over there that we don't talk about, that brand, but I have it. So I've kind of gotten obsessed. Now, when you get to these curves, you're gonna want to go slow and about one stitch at a time to make sure you are following the curve. I feel like I stitched this a little too wide, which that's on me. I thought I dropped the stitch length. Normally on vinyl I stitch at a 4 width, but with applique I try to do it a little smaller because you don't want it too wide that you're gonna not hold the pieces down, but you don't want it too close that it's gonna perforate. Okay, here we go. I'm not using my cutter because I want to see how it does. So that's the first one. Can y'all see it? There we go. So we're going to repeat that on this one. Do not be afraid to go slow. The only reason, the only reason I really love the knee lifter is so that I can hold on to the fabric as I am adjusting it. I don't have to let go to lift the back. That's this one. So this one is done now. So we have both of them. Oh, that's the same question. I'm just making sure I didn't miss any. What are we doing next? We're doing the blue part of the ears. All right. I should have done the blue first, but it's fine. Just fine. Just fine. With the blue, I'm going to put double-sided tape right down the middle of it. And then I will stick it somewhere in the middle here. I told you I was going to buy a second trash bag. I'm doing that today. Or trash can, not trash bag. Because I have one over here under the industrial, but I don't have one under this table, so I keep having to stretch behind me to throw stuff away. Again, you're going to double-sided tape. You're going to just try to find the center as best as possible. So that's what I've done. And yes, I see that little piece of white at the top, and I'm going to snip it. Okay. It does not help when you have the slight case of OCD or perfectionism. What the heck? Perfectionism when you're making bags, because you hate to sell stuff because you see the mistakes. Nobody else sees them, but you see them and then they annoy you. That is me in a nutshell. Okay, I see the mistakes in my own work and I'm like, ugh, I can't sell that. No one else sees it and they're like, girl, give me that bag. Okay. And I blame, hi, I thought I tagged that. Yes, the bag is called the Emo Bag by Kim Esconda Designs. If you join her Facebook group, which is Kim Esconda Designs Patterns on Facebook, there is a code to get the pattern for free. Or you can just stick around and you will be entered into a drawing to win a pattern from her. So, you know, we'll do a little shum later on in the live. A little shum. And yes, whoever is on YouTube, you will also have an opportunity to win. There is no discrimination here about what platform you're on. You will have an opportunity to. It's literally I'll tell the rules later. I'm trying to find a lighter blue. That's not lighter, that's darker. I'm gonna have to grab my other thingy. This blue looks too dark. Ah. See, that looks a little too dark. I'd like to get a lighter color blue. And this one is the same shade. So let's see. Thank y'all so much for helping. I'll see if I can reach over and add my moderators so they can help. Let me see if it lets me do it. Can I add moderators now? Background noise. Is it here? Found it. No, that's not it. Thought I found it. Oh, there it goes. I found it. I found it this time. Oh, I have a lot. They're just not here. I have quite a few moderators. They're just not here right now. Okay, so here we go. Timmy, why are you not coming up for me? Cassie, let me see if you come up for me. Neither one of you are coming up for me. What is happening? Hold on. Maybe I can click on your name. Oops, sorry. I did not mean to send the invitation. My apologies. Oh, that might be a good question. I don't know. Let me see. Oh, wait, you were. It was just under. Okay. I found it. I'm doing it this way. There you go. I just did you. Let me see if I can just tap on Tammy's name. No, I was trying to do, you said you're hiding. There you go. Apparently it wasn't that I had too many. The name, when I was typing the name I could see down here and it was just not showing up. There we go. We got you in there. Okay, let me grab the light blue thread because the one I have is not what I want. I'm just making sure I don't have one in here. That's white. That is fairy floss, and I'm not using fairy floss. Ooh, wait. The fairy floss, I was gonna say might work, but it changes colors. So it would be like, it would start light blue, dark, and then it go to pink, and so that might be a little too much. And the reason why I said it would work is because the ear is different colors, so I felt like it might work, but at the same time, should I just test it and see? Let me show you a fairy floss. That's the fairy floss. That's doing too much, right? That's too much for an ear. Right? It might be too much. Let me go get a blue. Y'all know I love my variegated thread. I got issues when it comes to my variegated thread. Like I gotta have it. So I'm like, ooh, that might be cute, but also it might not. Let me show you, cause I'm gonna show you what it does. I'm gonna grab two things. Oh, you can't really tell. I'll show you on here. But let me grab a light blue and then I'll show you. So the only issue is if I use it for the ears, I also have to use it for the eyes, and I know that it's not going to look as good on the eyes. If you were with us last week, we made this bag. And so this is what Fairy Floss does. It goes from that light blue to this yellow to this pink back to the light blue. The only thing is I don't know how cute that would be on the ears, on the eyes when it gets to the face. That's the reason why I was hesitant. But I do have this, which is pretty much an exact match. So we're going to use this and it will look good on this as well. So we're going to just make a bobbin with this. Tis fine, tis fine. There's always an alternative. But y'all know I love my variegated thread. I have a whole cabinet of variegated thread. So in case you don't know, Gutermann, which is one of my favorite threads, has this little pocket here that you push up on, and it's being a butt right now, probably because I'm trying to show it. Why? Normally I can literally just stick my nail in here and pull it out. It's being a butt and it's got my thread trapped. So, okay. This piece comes down. I'll show you on this one. Gutermann has a little piece when you pull it down, it's like this. And what is that for? When you're done with your thread, you just wrap it in there and then slide it closed and it holds your thread. This one right now is being a butt and it was trapping my thread, but it's not coming out. So I got my thread out, but that piece is being a butt. So, but I love Gutermann for that. I just like the way their thread, I love their thread, especially for applique. It's a really nice sturdy thread and I use it quite often. The little container that I showed you guys with all the colors in it is all Gutermann as well. That's how much I use it. I had a lot of problems with Coats and Clark when I first started making bags that I just stopped using it. I know people love Coats and Clark. We had a love-hate relationship. I loved it, it hated me and my machine. Or my machine hated it. I don't know, but it had to go. Why? Oh my goodness. Have y'all, okay, for those of you who listen to rap, have you heard the Cardi B album? Because I've been listening to it for 2 days now. Like, this album reminds me of, ooh, why are you not spinning? Okay, hold on. I don't like this bobbin. Listen, all I know is that man is trifling. and I'm okay with all of her anger. I'm okay with it. And I'm also okay with all of the shade that I keep hearing. However, I'm not so in the know anymore that I know who all the people are that she's talking about. But why are we being a butt? Oh, is it not on the? little thing. There we go. That's why we're being a butt. Okay, this bobbin does not like this machine. Okay, I bought a case of 100 bobbins, and this one does not. These two that I just used do not like this machine. The problem is I already started it, and I don't want to start a bobbin over. Oh my goodness. Sorry guys. My apologies. She is not. For the life of me, I don't know why this machine does not like this bobbin. Let me see if I have a light blue in here. We're just going to keep it moving. That's a different blue. We're going to keep it moving. I'm going to use this for now. I'm going to use a white. No one to know. Nobody would. No one has to know. Hey, HB. How is everybody's weekend going? When I tell you work felt like it was 2 weeks long this week, I don't know what happened, but I was so ready for Friday to get here on Tuesday. Like, I don't know what was happening or what was in the air, but this last week felt like it was a month long. Please notice how the time frame keeps getting longer every time I say it, because that's what it felt like. That's what it felt like. All right, here we go. We're going to stitch down the ear. Let me go back to this big. Sorry, just for a second. There we go. Hey, Sabs. Hey, Nikki. See, this is why I need to put it on the big mode, because I missed everybody who came in. My bad, y'all. My apologies. We are doing the emo bag from K Esconda Designs. I keep saying her name because I deal with her a lot. We're doing the emo bag, and I'm doing the monster version. Oh my Lord, all these threads are in my way. And right now we're doing the ears, and then I'm gonna get up and grab the face. Go slow with the applique. I can't tell you enough. Or off fast. I can't tell you enough to go slow. I don't really like the way that's stitched, but it's okay. I think I need to lower the stitch then. That's what it looks like. From far away, you're not going to tell, but I can tell close up. Like, it's okay. Thank you for pinning that. I'm trying to make sure this ear is on right. There we go. We're going to repeat on the other side. I'm going to take that down just one notch. Let's see how that looks. Probably still looks the same, but we'll see. Yeah, it still looks the same. Ooh. Alrighty. That's the second one, and it's done. Alright, we're going to set that to the side, and I want to do the face part before I put the ears on the thing. So let's grab the face, which is over here drying. So since we have the blue on, I'm going to go ahead and stitch down the nose, the eyes, and the nose, the eyes, and that one tooth that I put on there. I'm going to go ahead and stitch those down. Sorry, the glue, I can see some of the glue, but it's okay, because I can wipe it off. And it won't be visible to anybody at all. There. So we're going to stitch down the eyes and the tooth and the nose, since we're already on the blue. I'm going to do this tooth first. You know what would have been smart? Let me see something. Can I put the tooth underneath the layers? Because if I can, let's just do that. And then when I stitch it down, you know what? Sometimes I can be really smart, and sometimes I can be hella dumb. I don't have to stitch down the tooth now, because it will get caught when I stitch the face on. I stuck it underneath instead of on top. Because sometimes I can be hella dumb, okay? I admit it. It's my cross to bear, my burden to bear. Actually, do I want to do the eyes first? No, I think I'm going to switch over to the, I'm going to switch back to the skin tone and do the skin first, and then we'll stitch down the nose and eyes. No, it should be fine. We should be fine. We should be fine. We're going to go ahead and do it right now. We're going to do the nose first. Leave a decent tail so that you can pull the threads through to the back. And let's go around this nose. For all you right-handed people, do you press your presser foot with your right hand or your left hand? I mean, your right foot or your left foot? This is a legitimate question, in case anybody's wondering. Right foot. There's SVGs for appliques for this bag? Or just SVGs in general? I'm pulling the thread to the back. And he circle back. Okay, yeah, I figured that. I was like, she gives you all of the SVG files, I promise. So only one person stitches with their right, presses with their right foot? Because I'm left-handed, and I promise you, I try to do this with my right foot, and it just never comes out the way that I plan. Like, it never works the way that I try, but it's never a good thing when I do it. Pull in this thread through the back. That's for the nose. I'll tie them all off later. So the nose is stitched down. We're going to do the eyes. The glue on the eyes is not dry, so I'm going to put a piece of double-sided tape on here just to make sure it stays where I want it. I swear I just spun that in a whole circle. And I need to see what we're making next week, but I may have to change it because there's a bag I want to try. Sorry, I was double checking my eyes. Oh, since your surgery, see, I'm left-handed. My brain just, I'll put my right foot on it, and then my brain will immediately be like, I don't know what you want me to do now. What's that foot supposed to do? I can tell you, when I trip and fall, it's usually because I trip over my right foot, okay? That's how much my right side don't like me. It just does its own thing. Again, go slow. If you're in a rush to make a bag, I would say do this in parts. Like do one part on one day, do another part on a different day. Like do the face, let it dry. That would be my suggestion to you. Like, because this is not a let's hurry up and make it bag. Nothing with applique is. Which is why when people complain about your prices, I'm like, do you even know how long it takes to make this bag? I don't. You get people who say, oh, you know how to sew, it won't take you that long. And I'm like, you clearly don't know how long it takes to do stuff. Also, I'm also one of those people who I underestimate how long it takes me to do things, which frustrates myself. So I'll be like, oh, I can get that done in 2 days. And then a week later, I'm still working on that item and frustrated that I'm still working on that item. Like, that's how bad it is. So I don't like it when people are like, oh, you sew, you can do that. Okay, this eye at the top is a little, the stitching went a little off. But I can probably, yeah, I'm gonna just leave it. It's fine. Make sure that didn't shift. Okay. I'm going to read the comments in one moment. Yes. Yes, I'm using my Juki today. This is the Juki TL15, but I used to have the 2000 QI, what I don't know how they which one they go by, but they both are the same. There's the only difference is this one, the 2000 QI does not have a speed reducer, so the speed on that is the speed on that. Oh, I thought it skipped a stitch, y'all. I was about to freak out. Give me a second. It doesn't have the speed reducer, and this one came with extra pieces like presser feet and not presser, yeah, presser feet and a little rubber stopper on your pedal to stop you from accidentally pressing backwards and cutting your thread. It comes with that, so that's the only difference, but they're the same machine. And I prefer to do applique on this machine because my industrial behind me is for more heavier weight fabrics, and this is not that heavy of a fabric. Oh no, 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 don't do that. Sorry, it was about to pull the wrong piece through. Ooh, that was an accident. Alright, we're going to pull this one through to the back, and then we'll tie all of these off. I like to put a piece of glue on these after I tie them off. That's just for me, for extra stability. Is that pulling that through? Yeah. We're going to switch over to the flesh tone after I do this. You're gonna use your industrial for the bag making part. Depends, maybe, possibly. Oh, y'all, it came apart when I flipped it over. That's not. I don't want to. Why is this? This is why you should use the right glue, but my glue, but the glue that I have isn't the same one she recommends. But as you can see, it was not ready yet, but that's okay. I'm putting it back. I'm going to clamp it. Give me a second, because I don't want it to come off again. I just need to finish with the threads on the back. Let it dry. I thought my glue was dry everywhere except on the eyes, but I was incorrect. And one of my eyes is crooked. It's fine. Now I have glue on my hands, and I'm gonna have to wash my hands. I'm not gluing these knots down right now because I'm gonna have to sew over this, and I don't want glue on my machine, so I will be gluing this once we're done finished sewing the applique down. something wrong. Mistakes can happen. It is okay. Oh, I have fabric check. I mean, somewhere. Freight check, you mean? Yeah, I have freight check somewhere, but ask me where that is right now. Psh, heck if I know. It's somewhere in here. Normally I just melt it, but this isn't a meltable thread. This isn't one I can like hit with some heat, with some fire, and it just does the right thing. This thread will burn, and I'm not trying to burn my fabric. Yeah. I'm checking to see if my free check is in here, and it is not. It's okay. It's fine. It's fine. All right, we're gonna switch over to our flesh colored thread and bobbin. And now we're going to stitch around the whole inside of the face. And I'll show that to you in a second. What I should have done is gone ahead and did the zipper part of the bag and then came back to the face, because by then the glue would have been dry, but me being quick. Me being quick. All right. So we're going to stitch around the eye, around the mouth, and around the teeth. When you get to the teeth, you're going to try to go as close to that point as possible so that it will hold it down and not come back up. So that's what we're going to do. I don't know where I'm about to start. I think I'm going to start in the curve of the eyes. Yeah. I think that's where I'm going to start. No, because you want to stop and start in the same place. Let me start on the side of the eye. Let's do that. Again, leave a little bit of a tail so you can pull the threads through. I'm going to try to go slow. It's curvy. Oh, let me put I'm going to put my table down because it's sagging off the side, and it makes it a little easier if it's all one level. Not a lot easier, but a little bit. There. See how it makes it easier to go around the curve when your table is down. So here we go. Try not to push if your glue isn't dry, try not to push your face, just hold it. I don't like the way that sounded, but okay. I'm going around this little curved part. I hope I'm going around it. Yep, I did. Okay. Pull this thread through to the back so it's already out of my way. I'm hand cranking so that I land in the same spot I started in, which is a little hard to do. And I didn't. I missed it completely. I hand cranked a little too late. I'll show you what I mean. It was one stitch too late, y'all. Literally one stitch too late. That's so funny. But I'll show you what I did. I was trying to land in the stitch that I started in. And if you look right here, I started right there and I stopped right there. So yeah, I'm a little weird, but it's done. So this is the eye. You see how I went slow and I'm about, I don't want to say it's an eighth, it's a scant eighth, about a 16th away from the edge, from far away. So that's, we're going to do the same thing on this eye, around the nose and around the mouth. So yeah. Okay, I don't like that this eye and tooth look crooked already. There. Okay, it's in place. I'm just gonna clip it there so it stays there. And we're gonna do this eye. Using my knee lift to lift the foot. Tammy, I think I'm going to use my big machine for the gusset, but not necessarily putting it together, like attaching the gusset to the front and the back, because we all know that's no fun on a flatbed. So I think I'll use the industrial for that. I went a little off the eye here, but it's okay. I got it. I don't know what that clicking noise is, but I don't like it. Do y'all hear that? I don't like that clicking noise. I hope it's not the bobbin thread. Ah, good to know. Thank you. I will check. That's why I literally said, I hope it's not the bobbin thread. And then you said it's the bobbin. And I'm like, ugh. That means the bottom's going to look insane when I get through here. But which is weird why it wouldn't be seated correctly, because I literally made sure that it was in there right. But I'll check it. I don't like it though. Pull this through to the back because I didn't do it sooner. No, actually the bobbin looks good back here. I thought it was going to look horrendous, but it doesn't. There, got that through, and let's see if we can put it in the last stitch. And we got it. Okay. Pull this one through to the back. There we go. All right, both eyes are stitched down pretty nicely. We're going to do the nose. Thank you. It doesn't look to be the bobbin. Oh, I said I was going to check the bobbin. Give me 1 second. Let me do that. No, it's in there. It doesn't even want to come out. Yeah. It's in there neatly. Thankfully. Yeah, it's in there. Bring that up to the front. We're going to do the nose. Hey, Will. All right, let me pull this thread to the back. So that, oh, could you get out my way? Thank you. Because we're coming back around to this side. There. And you out the way. And we're going to try to land in the stitch that we started in. There we go. to the back, and we're going to tie off all of our threads. Oh no, I just did that. No, I did it right. Okay. And then we'll do the mouth, and we can attach it to the face, or to the main front panel. Oh, I moved the trash bag. Lovely of me. I'll answer questions in one moment. I don't know why this is being a butt, but it's being a butt, and I don't like it. You know what? I'm going to snip all the threads so that they're the same length. Maybe that's, I don't know. Yep, that was it. I will still do the glue at the end once we're done with the teeth. That's when I'll do the glue, and I can stick it to the bag. Doing the teeth. Now, how do I want to start this? Do I want to start on the zigzags? Yeah, we'll start on this side. All right, we are doing the teeth part. This is going to be a lot of up, down, up, down. So let's see how we do. I kind of want to get in that corner, so I'm going to hand crank to that corner. Oh, that worked really well. Okay. I may be hand cranking to all the corners because I want to get as close to the corner on the teeth as I can. If I can't get it on the first pass. Oop, never mind. I got it on that one. It's the little things that make me happy, people. The little things. Almost got it here, but not quite. So we're going to hand crank to this corner. We can make it to the corner. And we did. Yay. Okay. I'm having a little too much fun making it to the corner of these triangles. Uh, I had to do the... Oh, you have to do the puzzle piece as a viewer? That's insane. I'm so sorry. I don't know what's up. Lavette, since you just came in, I'm going to let you know what I told the group earlier. And that is that I will not be downloading the December version of TikTok. I will be changing platforms. So I just wanted to... I'm going to be dual streaming in the other platforms for the next 2 months. And then I will be on the other platforms after this. And I'll always announce where I'm going to go live, just because I don't want people to not be able to find me. But I'm not staying on this platform once it switches over in December. That's not happening. Hey, Coco. That one did not make it. I don't know what's happening, but it's bubbling up and I don't like it. Where's the clip that I had? Here it is. I'm going to clip this down because it's moving on me and I don't know why. I don't want this to shift. There. In case anybody just came in, I am hand cranking to get in these corners of these teeth because I have a case of the OCDs, okay? Like, I want the point of these teeth to be caught. I don't think I caught that one, but that's what I'm doing in case you're wondering. I don't think I can get this one. This one's too small. I got it, but we'll see how it looks. And this is the one that's stitching down the blue tooth that we did. And if you were not here, what I did is I took a piece of the blue that I did for the eyes and the nose, and I stuck it underneath the second layer of applique to give one of the teeth a blue color to match the style of the Labubu that I own, because there are different style Labubus. Um, the first one didn't have colored teeth. Big Into Energy has colored teeth. I have to double check if the Macrons have double colored teeth. I know the Surprise Big Into Energy has rainbow colored teeth, which I'm gonna do that one also, not today, but I'm gonna do the Surprise Labubu. Just all of the vinyls, the color vinyls didn't come in that I needed. But I have the black anti-pill fleece. And I have some of the colors of vinyl already here. And we're going to stitch into the very first stitch. The face is done and the tooth is stitched down, so you don't have to worry about it. And now you'll see what I mean by my Labubu has that one tooth, so I did one tooth on the bag. So there you go. Now we're going to tie off this thread, these threads here, and then that's what I said, her having to do the just to watch. Why you gotta do a puzzle piece just to watch? The whole thing is, you just, I don't know. That's just crazy. But again, TikTok has gone a little insane because the peoples are taking over, and I'm gonna roll out December 15th. Probably before then, but we'll see. I just know when they said that we were going to have to download a new version, I was like, no, thank you. You can have it. Hold on. These threads are, some of these threads are too long. Plus, it's already getting a little crazy and not worth my energy. The only problem is I like seeing what's happening in like Germany, the UK, China. Okay, that did not. I'm gonna have to fix. I'm just gonna have to glue that part down. So that's what we have. Now what we're gonna do is trim the back layers off. Not the front, the back layers off. We're gonna trim those down. I'll use this one. This and my duckbill. If you have duckbills, these are really great for getting around applique pieces. So you can use that. If you do not, it's okay. You can use regular scissors. I'm using my heavyweight scissors because there's 2 layers that I'm about to cut through. And then I'm going to use my duckbill on the smaller parts. That's what the scissors are called. I did not name them duckbills. Now, I would probably do so because of the way I would probably call them pelican scissors because they look more like pelican mouths than duck mouths, but that's just Tanisha, and I'm a weirdo, okay? There, I got it. You've been ignoring what? Oh, the little, yeah. Did it kick you out? Hopefully it didn't kick you out because that's just something I ain't never in my life seen. Not in my life, but because, you know, TikTok ain't been here that long, but you know what I mean. Again, make sure you're not cutting your stitches. You're just cutting around. And don't cut the first layer because you need that. You just don't want this back layer poking out when you sew it to the face. And that just went down the hole. Now here's the thing. Oh no, these are the lefties. Okay. I was about to say I have a pair of these that are for right-handers and I have a pair of these that are for left-handers. These are the lefties. How do I know? Because the bill is always going towards the back of whatever you're cutting, and the right-handers, the bill would be on this side. In order for me to use it on my right hand, I have to turn it around. So these are the lefties. I'm being very mindful not to cut my threads, because who's trying to fix that? Nobody. All right, so this is what it's looking like right now. So again, I'm gonna use, I need to iron this again, so give me 1 second. I've gotta press this one more time. Just trying to see where I want to put this face. I don't like that I feel like I cut this circle wrong, and I want to cut another one. Would you guys bear with me while I recut this circle? Because the back, do they even match? They match, but I don't like it. I'm gonna do it this way. Let me see something. This is a stabilizer piece. Yeah, it is cut slightly off. I need to cut another piece, y'all. My apologies. I will be right back because it's a chunk on the side that's missing. This will be seen if I don't recut it, and I don't like it. So give me 1 second. gonna need to turn on the iron anyway, but this was not the reason why I wanted to do it. Okay, I cut out a new piece. We're gonna iron it down, and then we're going to iron the foam piece back into place where I had it, and we'll go from there. No worries. I'm just waiting for my Oliso to warm up. I already had an extra piece. This was easier when my heat press was on. Oh, this is stuck in my hair. I was like, why is my apron hanging off my side? In case you're wondering why I'm wearing an apron, I don't know about you, but every time I sew, I end up with a bunch of threads in my lap, which when I'm getting ready to go somewhere, I have to whip out my lint roller to get the threads off of me. So I started wearing an apron when I sew. I'm gonna make a smock. I asked Hedley and Bennett, this is my R2D2 apron. I also have a maroon colored one, and I think I have one more, Hedley and Bennett. I asked them to make one with sewing machine stuff on it, because these are mostly for chefs, but they haven't gotten back to me yet. But if they make one with a sewing machine, like the thread, I asked for them to have like a spool, like a sewing machine going up to a needle and thread or something. I don't know. I just want a sewing related smock or apron. I think I want a smock though, because my hair keeps getting trapped in the apron when I'm trying to put it around my neck. And with the smock, it goes around your shoulders more than it goes over your head. So at least that's my understanding. We should, you know. All right, I'm gonna put this foam on here because again, I want my face to stick out a little bit. And because we used SF101 on the corners, it should fuse on the sides, and I'll show you that in a second. As soon as I'm done putting it on here. And this bag does use binding, just so you guys know, in case you're not a lover of binding. It does use binding. Oh, no, it does not like. The foam doesn't like staying in place. That's what I'm having a problem with right now. I'm trying to get the foam to stay where it's supposed to be. Okay, we have a full face this time. The foam, however, doesn't want to be in place, but I'll clip it to stay where I want it to be in a second. So now with the full face, let me see. If we brush it down, let's see where we want to put the face. I printed out the face part so we can match where it goes. And then I'm going to put double-sided tape back here. Now we're going to stitch the face to the main panel, and this becomes the front main panel piece. I am stitching it at a little bit. I'm going to do 3.5, not quite a 4, but a 3.5, so that it sticks down. And again, still doing it at 1/8, scant 16th, whatever. I just don't want it to go over, and I'm gonna have to do this again because it's definitely gonna come up in some places, so I'm gonna stitch it around. Yeah, that's definitely do this at 1/8 because that scant 16th is too far in the weeds. This is the side I stitched a little too close to the edge, so I'm just taking it out and going back around at the right seam allowance. You won't see the previous holes that I made because it's curling up into the fur. Which is okay by me. There we go. So that's the face. And you can't see, this is where I did the 1/8 of an inch. And this side I had originally done at a 1/16 and it went off the edge. So I went back and did it at an 1/8 and you can't even see the holes. Because again, the fur, the fleece is covering it. So if you don't want to do a full furry face, this fleece is a really good size. And because we use the foam right here, it's gonna have, it has a little bit of, once you're done, it's gonna stick out just a little bit. It has texture because we use foam instead of the Decaville Light, which is what I wanted. So now we're going to put the ears on. Well, we gotta put the ears on the piece, but let me snip where this goes. Actually, why did I use this? Hold on. I'm gonna use my my notcher to make the, where's my notcher? Oh, it's not in this bag. I know. Oh, do I even have that bag in here? No. Okay, I don't have my notcher in here. Never mind. I'm snipping off a little piece so that I can mark where we have to mark where the ears go. So if this is the, I'm going to do half. This is the nose. So we can mark our center and where the ear goes. So this is the center, this is the ear, this is the ear, this is an ear, and that's an ear. Okay, let me make sure I can see those. Bam, 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 bam. Ew, I can't see the other ear. Hold on. I can see the rest. I just can't see where this ear is. And then let me make sure I snip for the center of the bottom. Okay, I can see where the ear goes now. All right, let's finish the ear, which are right. We need all of these pieces. So there's a front, these are, excuse me, there is 2 back ear pieces, 2 front ear pieces. So you should have cut out 4 pieces, right? The front and the back of the ear, the front and the back of the ear. On the back of the ears, I put Decaville Light on the backs. And then on the front is where we're going to put these ears. So you want to find the center as best as possible. And I'm going to do double-sided tape, and we're going to sew the ear on to the fronts. I may have to cut another one, and that's going to drive me nuts, but it's okay. Where's my double-sided tape? Oh, right there. I'm going to use a slightly bigger one. Do not put it in your seam allowance. You do not want to sew over double-sided tape, if at all possible. And I proceeded to stick it in the seam allowance, but okay. that's where that one's gonna go. When I stand up, I'm gonna have not just threads all over me, but also fleece. Alright, so using the same facial colored thread, we're gonna stitch down at an 1/8. Because again, the fleece will cover most of your stitching. Do not hesitate to go slow when needed. So, because I'm going slow on the curves. And I didn't go slow enough on the curve because I missed a section. Fix that. I missed the whole section on the side, so I had to fix that. So this is the ear sewn down. So what we're going to do next is you're going to do, of course, front to back, stitch that close, but we'll get to that in a second because we got to change threads. We got to switch back to the blue. And actually, I think I am going to do a rainbowish. I think I'm going to do the fairy floss for the rest of the bag, for the putting the pieces together part. I don't know. I want all blue, but I got to see what kind of thread I have. Alrighty. What is this thread? Oh, I was like, what is this thread? It wasn't even attached. These two go together. Uh-oh, hold up. Oh. I'm okay. Switch to the thread, to the blue thread. We do not need the flesh colored thread anymore. Let me see if there's any questions. Thank you. Any questions up here? I'm trying to see them, but I don't see anything coming through. Oh, no, it doesn't show any. Okay. I figured out how to see it. You have to tap the screen, which is dumb, but okay. So if you have questions on YouTube, guys, I see you. I just have to tap the screen. I don't know why I have to tap the screen, but that's what I have to do. Fairy floss, but I also don't want pink to show on the face, if that makes sense. Like, I don't want, ouch, on the ears, I don't want pink to show. So we'll just stick to the Gutermann. Which Gutermann is this? This is just the 100 polyester, so we'll stick to the Gutermann. I'm so worried about that because it's so, here's what we'll do. For the ears, I'm going to do the Gutermann. But then for the rest of the bag construction, I'm going to use the fairy floss because this is a heavier weight and I know it will hold up to the bag getting stuff put into it. So, yeah. That's what I'll do because I'm telling you right now, I'm gonna lose my mind if this bag goes apart because the thread popped. Like, I don't think y'all understand how insane I would be as a person if I'm carrying around my bag and it broke because the thread popped. So yeah, that's what we'll do. Ears will be in this Hooterman. Rest of the bag construction, fairy floss. I think that's fair. Any objections to that? Anybody like, girl, don't do that? That, you're insane. Hearing no objections, I'm gonna keep going with what I'm doing. Like, I did give you time to object. Oh, you know what? It would be nice if I checked the seam allowance on this before I pull a Tanisha and just do Tanisha myself, meaning me, my own favorite seam allowance, which if you haven't been here before, my favorite seam allowance is a 1/4 inch. But 9 times out of 10, this pattern is not a 1/4 inch. So I'm gonna check it before we get started. Because I promise you, I didn't check it. And yes, almost everything that I own is purple, guys. It's my favorite color. And if you're new here, you're probably like, how much purple can one person own? A lot. A lot. No one can ever have too much purple, okay? Emo bag instrucciones. I did that, I did that, I did that, I did that. I did that. Okay, we did that. Okay. Okay. We're gonna do these ears in the blue. So in October, I just got told I will be going to Mexico for work. So that I'm gonna send Carmen the dates. There's gonna be a couple of Saturdays in October that I can't go live, just due to location, and I won't have a sewing machine with me. So Carmen will announce who's gonna cover for me on those dates. And then in November, I'll be back to my regular schedule, but there'll be 2 weeks in October. I think it's 2, it might be 3, I'll double check. Where I won't be able to go live due to not having, I'll be in Mexico without my sewing machine. So, yeah. Okay, we're going to back stitch because I'm stitching this at a 3, but we're back stitching because we're going to end up turning the bag, turning the ear, and you want to reinforce that part so it doesn't pop while you're turning it. I think next week I had originally planned to make a Maggie 55 bag. I'm gonna double check. Ooh, that does not look right, but we'll see. Oh no, it stitched fine. I thought it didn't stitch along the line. And then what we'll do is we'll snip up here around the curve part in a moment once we're done. But we need to repeat on this ear. And again, we are going to go forward and then back stitch because we just want to reinforce that end. Ooh, went too far. All right. Take my nippy nips and snip. Actually, you know what? No, I'm not. I'm about to. We just want to make it so it lays on itself. So I'm using my pinky shears. These are my Gutermans. When I tell you these things cut through fabric, unlike in a way that my Fiskars do not. I'm not even joking. And y'all know I love my Fiskars. I am a Fiskars chick. But these pinky shears right here, these right here, everything. I can cut through vinyl with these things and have no problems. I have to two-hand my Fiskars through vinyl. If y'all don't know what two-hand is, it's when you do like this and then you grab it with you just put it down and you grab two hands and go rah, to cut through. That's me with the vinyl and my pinky and my Fiskars pinky shears. But these I can do exactly what I'm doing right now, which is amazing. All right. And then I'm going to snip into a couple of these spots. I have a lap full of fleece right now. All right, now you're going to turn this around, poke it out, and then poke it through. I don't know what they meant by anti-pill. And then you're going to top stitch around the whole thing. But let me turn the other one around before we do that. Did I not stitch this down? I mean, oh my Lord. Hold on, guys. Apparently I didn't pull my threads through to the back or sew them down on the ear. So it was sticking out the front. I think I fixed it. Yeah, I fixed it. Let's turn the other one around. top stitch around. Sorry, this magnetic seam guide is tough. Make sure it's poked out everywhere. And then you're going to top stitch. Don't worry about the top stitching. You're not going to see it. It's going to sink into the fleece or fur, whatever you're using. You won't see it, I promise. Oops, that's wrong. Because you're going to stitch across the bottom to make it one whole piece. Now you can so this is what I mean by you're not going to see the top stitching. You can't see it. You can kind of see where it is, but not it itself. I used white bobbin. You can't even see it. So now this ear would go on this side, and you would make sure that it's lined up with the two snips that you just made. But you're going to ease it in. You're not going to snip this. You're just going to ease this in, and we'll come back to that. I just wanted you to know like where that's going to go. So I have a lap full of fleece. If you think this is a lot, it's like quadruple this on my lap. And then this one goes on the other side of that ear. Don't put it in the center. Make sure you're lining it up with the right part. Where did I snip that at? I know I snipped. There it is. Okay. Here's my clips. Again, we are not snipping, we're not snipping the ear, we're easing it in. I'm going to make sure it's in the right place. Just bear with me. The reason why you're not snipping it is because if you snip it, it'll make it a straight line, and you want it to maintain its curve once it's standing up. So you're just going to ease it in. So now we're going to stitch that down, and I'll double check that that's the next steps. But if I recall correctly, it is. Let me make sure the ears are in the right place. One, two, three. This is where it starts. This is where it ends. This is where it starts. This is where it ends. Yep. Ears are in the right place. Instrucciones. Right. We're doing this at an 1/8 just to baste it on, or just to tack it down. Uh-oh. I let it go a little too soon. Okay. All right, ears are on. This is how they're going to sit up. So the face is done. The front, this is now considered the front of the bag. And this will be the back of the bag. I need to put my bag tag on the back of here. Let me see if we have any issues with the back of the bag. No. Okay. We gotta do a bag tag. I think I'm okay without a bag tag today, because this was mine. Now, I think we're doing we go back to the main bag instructions. So you got to go back to the emo bag instructions, and we're doing the zipper gusset and the D-rings. So let's see. We need the D-rings. Okay, give me 1 second. I don't want to drop all of these. This fleece.
Nicely detected at the front door.
Sorry, someone's at my door. I'm just trying to see. Oh, it was just Amazon. Tri-glide and I don't need that right now. Okay. I close that like I don't need the instructions, y'all. Okay. Zipper tape. So I know I have a light blue zipper tape that we can use. Now y'all heard that click and it didn't click. What brand of pinking shears? Oh, Sabs, these are Guggenheims. They're Guggenheims. I freaking love these things. I bought these. They had a sale where you get 2 pairs of scissors for like 20 bucks or something like that. And I got these and I got these too. I love both of these. They're heavy. My son said they had to cost a fortune because he was like, why are they so heavy? And I was like, I don't know, but I love it. I love both of these. So I got both of these for like 20 something bucks. It was a really good sale. If you sign up on their page, they'll send you their deals when they're having them. So just so you know, that's an option too. I don't know if they have them, if they're on Amazon. I'm going to be honest with you. I've never seen them on Amazon. I had found them last year. Ziggy, what's the notification?
One new notification from Amazon Shopping.
Oh.
A shipment has arrived.
Thank you. She's going to keep talking. I've never seen them on Amazon. However, last year sometime, I saw an ad for them on the Book of Faces and clicked on it, and it kept coming up and kept coming up. And I was like, you know what? Let me order these scissors and see what they're like. And I've been addicted since. I have their fabric shears, just the regular fabric shears too. How do you spell it? Guggenheim. Guggenheim. I'll type it in the thing in a moment. Give me a second. Have to pull out the flame hashira. Sorry, I went to see Demon Slayer with my son last weekend, so it's still on my mind. Listen, the movie made me so frustrated because the next one doesn't come. Oh, you got it? You're welcome. The movie made me so frustrated because I haven't read the manga and the next movie does not come out for 2 years. And there was like, I literally said, there's no way in the world I'm waiting 2 years to find out what's going to happen. I bought the entire manga book set. So that just tells you who I am as a crazy anime person. So I will be reading that while I'm in Mexico without my sewing machine. So that is my plan. Oh, you are absolutely welcome. Listen, I don't recommend things unless I personally use them. I made one time, I told everybody about something I ordered, and people were buying it before I had actually used it. And then they were telling me, they were like, this is horrible. And I was like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. I didn't know it was horrible. I hadn't got it yet. I was just like, it was a snip and cut, something like that. It sticks to the back of your oppressor foot, and it was supposed to be where you can just pull back and like it would hold your threads, but it should snap your threads. And everybody bought it, and they were like, this is so horrible. And I was like, I am so sorry. I didn't know. I hadn't gotten it yet. I honestly did not know it was horrible until I got mine. And then I was like, yes, you guys are all correct. It's kind of horrible. It doesn't hold your threads. I did buy it again because someone told me, you just have to tighten the screw. Yeah, that's not exactly true. Yeah, this isn't going to work with this. You do have to do a little bit more than just tighten the thread or the needle on it. So yeah, lessons were learned. If I haven't used it before, I'm not recommending it. If it's not something that I personally have in this craft room, I'll tell you about it, but I'll also tell you I never used it before. I don't know how it works or how it functions or how good it is. Oh, actually, that was the right one. Okay. So I will be the one to tell you that. This is the 45 weight. This is the 35 weight, just in case you were wondering why I was staring at it crazy. The 45 weight is heavier. It holds more weight per inch that when you stitch with it. So that's why I'm using this one. But I try not to recommend anything I don't have. Like my threads, as you can see, I tell you which ones I use, and I use them. You can see me using them. My scissors, the Guggenheims, I use them. I actually love them. I don't consider myself an influencer. I mean, maybe I am, but if I am, I'm an influencer of things that I actually purchase and use. Oh, thank you, Sebs. Thank you. Like, I'm not gonna have you out here because listen, it's hard out here right now, especially right now. I'm not gonna have you spending your money on anything whack. Okay, nothing whack. We don't need that in our lives. So first things first, we're gonna do these D-ring connectors. Mines are fuzzy. If you're wondering why I'm not worried about the fuzzy, it's for multiple reasons. One, we're going to fold this 2 times in like this. And I put Decaville Light in here to stabilize it, so I'm not concerned that it's going to wear out over time. I have it covered. So let's do, I'm going to draw a line down the middle so that we know where we're folding it to. Ooh, that was gross. That was also off. Very much off. Okay. We're going to use double-sided tape. Where is my... Here it is. I was like, where's the thicker double-sided tape? I don't normally double up, but it looks like it wasn't quite in the center and I may have to adjust it. So just in case, I'm doubling it. So we're going to fold to the center line. Oh, no, I was right. It would have been perfectly fine without this extra piece. Fold to the center line. Just making sure it fits, and it does. Now we'll stitch down both sides, but let me do the same thing to this one. Now, I will say this. There's no, like, interior zipper pocket. There's no interior slip pocket. It's just open in the middle. Because it's not such a big bag, that's not such a big deal. But if you want, you can always add an interior zipper pocket or an interior slip pocket. I'm not doing it on this bag because it wasn't in the original. Actually, it might have been in original instructions. I just didn't, hold on, let me check, because I didn't print out the original bag pieces. I just printed out the monster bag pieces. But let me just double check. I don't think so. Yeah, there's no interior pocket. I did tell you were going to have to bind this bag. But there's no interior pockets. I was right. All right, we're going to stitch down these. I'm doing these at an 8. Lord, I ain't stitching nothing. Ain't no thread on here. Y'all were going to say a word. Okay. I thought y'all loved me, but it's fine. It's fine. Once we get the face on, or excuse me, get the front and the back on before we do the binding, I'll do the giveaway. I'm going to do 2 giveaways. The first one is going to be courtesy of Kim from KS Conda Designs. And the second one will be from me. I will cover the cost of that in case she doesn't do 2. I'll cover the cost of the second one. So is anyone sewing along first? Let me ask that first so I can decide if that's going to be one of my options. Anyone sewing along, or is everybody just watching? If everyone's just watching, it's fine. I just need to know. There's no shame in watching. Yeah, I still don't like the way that sounds. I'm gonna have to figure that out. Just watching. Okay. That's okay. Those who have been watching, because there is, I think 8. No, is it 8? Yeah, there's 8 people on YouTube and 2 on, 2 on YouTube, 8 on TikTok. So we'll do 2 drawings and you'll get to win one of her patterns, and she'll send it. It'll come from her. So I'll send her the information and then you'll hear from her. I will need you to message me with your email address or your social media account so that I can share it when I share the information with her. Preferably your email address. So whoever wins, I will ask you to DM me. Please don't, if you want to keep your stuff private, we'll have to talk about another way to do it. Because I have to give her your information so she can give you your prize. That's basically what I'm trying to say. So there, I stitched both of those down. This is for the D-rings. We can set these, we're going to stitch the bottom together and then set these aside. Thank you, Cassie. YouTube peoples, are you all just watching too, or is anyone sewing along? It's not that sewing along is going to disqualify you. I was going to do a different giveaway for those who are sewing along. Like if you're sewing along, I was going to give you till the end of the weekend to post a picture of your make and tag me and Kim in it, and that would be the second winner. Perfection is not required, just an attempt. But if you're just watching, we'll just do the giveaway here. Actually, I think I'll still do 2, and I'll give you guys a week to make this bag, and whoever makes it and tags me and Kim will be in the drawing for the second one. That's what we'll do. Because I want you guys to get this pattern. It's really cool. It's super cute. You've already seen it. It's cute. It's worth your doll hairs. It's even free. Like, all you have to do is join her Facebook group. All right. These are the D-ring connectors that's going on the side of the bag. We're going to set this to the side. We're going to... Y'all, I thought I threw away the zipper. It is right here. I believe that's where we're going next. This is based on my years of bag making experience, not based on Tanisha actually read the instructions, okay? Okay. Because when have I read instructions? Yep, I didn't even read the instructions about the connector. I just did it, and guess what? I was right. So we're doing the gusset now. Yeah, I was right. We're doing the gusset. Alrighty, let's get our gusset pieces. As I said, a circle bag is a circle bag is a circle bag, but the thing that was taking up most of your time was going to be the face applique, which, first of all, hella cute. Secondly, I'm making it again because why? It's hella cute. So now the black one, when I do the black one, I can tell you right now, I'm gonna have black vinyl on the sides. I'm telling you that right now. Now, here's the rule. You just finished watching Bags by Mona? Oh, what was she making? I didn't know she went live on Saturday. Well, I don't think I follow Bags by Mona, but I'll write it down. So, the rule is, guys, if you are watching this live, you are not allowed to let me forget to put the zipper pulls on, okay? This is the only rule I have for watching me live. Somebody better send up a smoke signal, a flare, a carrier pigeon when I get, because I'm not going to put the zipper pulls on right now. But before I add the gusset bottoms, do not let me forget the zipper pulls, okay? And wallets. What? Purses and wallets. Okay, gotcha. I'm with you. I just didn't read the first part. Listen, Cassie, that's Nikki who don't be looking at the screen. I look up every now and then. I look up. But if you tell me and I miss looking up, that's on me. We be talking to Nikki and Nikki be avoiding us like the plague me. You just used your last pigeon. I hope it was for a good reason. Because y'all can't let me forget these zipper pulls. They're right here. Y'all see them right there. Don't let me forget these zipper pulls. But it's easier to do the zipper tape when the pulls are not on. You don't have to worry about moving them out the way. Cookie. That's fair. That is a valid reason to use a carrier pigeon. Like, yo, I either need a cookie and I need you to bring it back, or there's some cookies over here. Just so y'all know, it is officially the Christmas season for me. Actually, right now is fall. Right now is fall season, but Halloween begins the Christmas season for me. And I go into cookie baking mode because my family loves it when what I do, I used to make cookies and take cookies to everybody's house. And then I kept getting asked to make more cookies and more cookies. So now what I do is I make giant batches of cookie dough, freeze the dough in balls in the shape of cookie balls, like the ones you get from the grocery store, except they're homemade. And then I take them to my family's house so that they're in their freezer. And if they just want two cookies here and there, they can just bake two cookies. My sister-in-law loves it because she just takes the whole tub and sticks it in the Rubbermaid tub and sticks it in the freezer. And then her and my brother just pop off like 2 or 4 at a time and bake them. So this is my cookie baking season. And I do get carrier pigeons about, hey, can I get some more cookies? So yeah, I'll be at my sister's house for Thanksgiving, so I don't know if I'm making cookies or if they're gonna want a pie or something. It's a cowboy cookie. Now you're gonna make me go Google a cowboy cookie, okay? Because I have never heard of a cowboy cookie. All right, in case you're wondering what I'm doing, I am marking the centers of my zipper teeth because I don't know where the heck that is. And I only mark on the inside. What the heck? That was weird. I marked it, y'all, and when I tell you I could see the mark, I can see the mark through the front. I don't know what's up with this zipper tee. I ain't never seen the mark in the front. That's crazy. Thankfully, it's in a place where you weren't gonna see it, but still, that's crazy. All right, centers have been marked. Now we need to mark the centers of both of the zipper gusset pieces. How do I do that? I just nip a little corner, a little triangle out. Just a little one, not a big one. You don't want it in the seam allowance. So you know where that's at. Do this to both sides. See, Cassie, I'm not the only one who don't know what a cowboy cookie is. Ninja, you're going to have to tell the people, what's a cowboy cookie? Is it like a turtle? Does it have like nuts in it? Is it peanut? Caramel? A cookie kitchen sink? What is a cowboy cookie? Can y'all tell I make a lot of cookies? I just told y'all a whole bunch of cookie types that my mom likes peanut, my son likes sugar, my sister and I believe my brother like the everything but the kitchen sink cookie. I simple chocolate chip is kind of my thing, is the one I like. My son also likes double chocolate chip, which is chocolate dough with a chocolate chip in it. I also like the cookies with caramel in them. I make a lot of cookies. Can y'all tell? They are delicious, yes. Coconut, pecan, chocolate, and oatmeal. Oh, see, my son would not eat any of that, but I would. He does not like coconut at all. And the funny thing is he doesn't like oatmeal cookies. Will he eat oatmeal? Yes. But will he eat an oatmeal cookie? Nope. He does not like an oatmeal cookie. All right, we're matching our centers. I'm using double-sided tape because I don't want to do the sandwich. I don't want to sew this part and then come back and sew the lining on. I'm doing it all at one time. I did cut my zipper tape a little longer than I needed. Oh, apparently I need to stop doing this. This is the second time I've done this. I keep forgetting. Kim and Shannon from Knotted Threads will make you cut your zipper tape already longer than you need. And I, because I've been making bags so long, end up cutting it even longer. Why? Because I didn't think they told me to cut it longer than what I needed. So I ended up cutting more zipper tape than I needed. That's okay though. We can always snip off the excess. It's better to have more than not enough. So I double-sided tape both sides of the zipper tape, and now it's all held together. And I'm going to stitch at whatever is the seam allowance, which I need to ask. I need to figure out the seam allowance because that's important to know, right? It does not say here. Let me go up to the top. It's probably at the top. Again, if I can't find it, I will quickly sew this at my favorite seam allowance, which is a 1/4 inch. I don't see it, but we're going to go with mine. We're going to 1/4 inch this baby. Oh, Cassie, you went to look? Listen, I'm not mad at it. I'm just like, I want to see it. I didn't know that was called a cowboy cookie, but I eat an oatmeal cookie. Listen. I say that as though there's very many cookies I don't eat. I know one I don't like to make. Oh my God. There's one cookie. I don't even like to make it in a cake form, but oh, that I'm going to have to redo this. I don't like to make red velvet. Not because red velvet doesn't taste good. I don't like to make red velvet because red velvet is a mess. It is, oh, you're going to make a mess in your kitchen making red velvet cake and red velvet cookies. That food dye gets everywhere. Not even, oh, that's not fun. That food dye gets everywhere. And I'm not even joking about it. It's so frustrating. And everybody's like, ooh, can you make me a red velvet? And I'm very much like, no, not doing it. I'm not. Unless you're going to come clean my kitchen, you good luck with that. You can go buy one from the store. I'll make you a yellow cake, a yellow cookie. Like, no. And I know they're good. It's just, oh my God, y'all don't know how much work goes into a red velvet. It's not that it's so hard. It's just that it's so much to clean up. Not even. You use paste dye, smart woman. Because, ugh. Me and the red velvet, we haven't been friends in a minute. All right, because I'm using quilt cotton for the lining and the fleece for the outside, I am going to iron this just to make it a little easier to top stitch. So let me turn my iron on. I have an Oliso in case you're hearing it. That's the machine. When you touch the handle, the feet go in. So that's what you're hearing. Right. It's so cute. It's all fuzzy. Ugh, this bag's gonna be so cute. And while I'm biased because it's my work, it's still cute. It's still cute. I don't know if you can hear the iron, but it is steaming away. Fleece got stuck to the bottom. All right. I'm gonna leave that on and we're gonna top stitch. We're gonna top stitch around all 4 sides to make it one solid piece. So I'm gonna start right here. son and I were considering going to visit my sister for Thanksgiving, right? And and we were like, instead of flying, let's take a train. Because, you know, I've been on short train rides, but not like a long train ride. So we looked it up. First of all, trains, y'all, are expensive. My God, they are expensive. What model Juki? This is the Juki TL15. However, I used to have a TL2000 QI, which is the same machine. The difference is this one has a speed reducer. It has a, it came with extra presser feet, and it comes with a stopper on the back of your pedal to stop you from pressing backwards and cutting the thread, because that's one of the features is if you press backwards on the pedal, it will cut the thread. This one has a little stopper to prevent you from doing that. But that's the machine. I had the when I first started making bags, I was using a brother, and when I upgraded to the Juki TL2000. So it's the same machine as this one. It's just this one comes with more stuff. But so the train, first of all, is expensive. Coach costs more than a plane ride would have cost us, and this is just coach. This is not even the because you can rent a room. You can get a room on a train where you get a bed and a private bath, and you can get one where you get a bed and a shared bath. So I'm not even talking about that. I'm just talking about just a regular coach chair was more expensive than a plane, and it was gonna take us 3 days to get there and 3 days to get home. She's using the old what? The old Juki? Or is that sounds like she's using an industrial Juki. Is that what she's using? The DDL, like one of the DDLs? Because I had a servo on my industrial, and I had a mechanical motor and immediately bought a servo, because I was like, the very first time I tried to use it, it snatched fabric straight up out my hand and shot it to the wall. I was like, oh, absolutely not. I can't. I was like, we're not doing this. Oops, that got stuck. It's okay. I have an industrial right there. I used to have another industrial, and I exchanged it for a flat for the cylinder arm because of what I make. Right, like listen, the 60. I told my son, I was like, well, maybe we could take the train there and then fly back. But shoot, even a one-way ticket was more expensive than a plane ride. I was like, yeah, this is why people aren't getting on trains. But 3 days to get there. Listen, it had us going from North Carolina to New York to Chicago to Texas, and then it was like, and you could connect to this bus to get the rest of the way there. I was like, I'm not taking a bus. I will call my sister as soon as I hit the Texas border and be like, girl, come get me. Because what? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. But I still kind of want to do a train ride. I think I'm going to do, there's one they said that goes like, I forgot where it goes, but it goes through some mountains and something, and they said it's like a really pretty view. I'm going to try to do that one day. But 50, yes, she has a flatbed industrial. Okay. It was a lot, but it looked like it would have been an interesting like ride, but yeah, no. I was like, not 3 days. I told my son got anxieties about travel anyway. I was like, you're not gonna make it. So we ended up settling on flying, which I don't know. I'm gonna have to get somebody to get a doctor to give him a Xanax or a Valium for the flight, because he don't like to fly. But my family's excited to see him. I will say that. Because he doesn't travel a lot. He likes to stay at home. Or as he says, 10 toes down. That's what he likes to do. Ah, that's off. Fudge knackers. I sewed it about a 1/4 inch off from the other side. Which means I'm gonna have to adjust it when I do the gusset. I'll figure it out. That sucks. Actually, when I open it, it looks fine. No, it doesn't. I'll make it work. All right, let me press this part and then we will move on to the other part of the gusset. Alrighty. Again, we're going to stitch around all 4 sides, making it one whole piece. Oh, was there a lot of leg room? See, I haven't been on a boat yet, so I can't really I mean, other than like those little party cruises where the boat goes out a few feet and then comes back after the party's over. I've done those, but I haven't done like a cruise. My mom's gone on a cruise and she's like, she don't want to cruise ever again. I don't know what it was, but she did not like cruising. She says she'll go, but she wants to go like a weekend cruise, like a 3-day cruise, no more than that. My aunt likes to go for like long times, like a week, 5 days, stuff like that. I've never been on a cruise. You love to cruise? From Virginia to Florida. See, I've taken, I was just making sure YouTube didn't have any comments. I've taken a train I took Amtrak's from Virginia to DC so that I could, for a convention, which was awesome because, it was a nice little ride. We didn't have to deal with the traffic driving up there. I got to chill, be on my laptop, but not all the way to Texas. That money was not, I was like, I'm okay. We're going to fly. All right. Now, because this is a little off, I'm going to have to sew it a little off. I'm just putting these here on the sides because that's where these are going to go. You know what we're going to do right now? We're going to put these zipper teeth on here. Thank you, Cassie. See, Cassie loves me. The rest of y'all were going to let me forget. I already see it. I see it. Yeah, if you can't swim back to shore, you ain't doing it. And that's exactly, what, like, some people were saying. I was like, but the little boat things I did were all for, like, parties where they just go out, let the boat float, bring the boat back. Like, I can do that. But I haven't done a cruise before. Not that I can't say I can't do a cruise. I've just never been on one. But I know people who like to cruise religiously. What is it about a cruise that people love? See, Sabs, you had one job. Y'all had one job in this whole life, and that was to remind me not to forget these pools. Okay, there we go. Oops, nope. it came back out because I'm, hold on. There's double-sided tape down here and it keeps sticking to my hand. Which is part of the reason why I can't get this stupid zipper pull to stay down. Because I stuck it in there, and then when I pulled my hand back, it was stuck to the tape, and the thing came out. Okay. Ports of call, peaceful water, and the food. What do you mean, of course? I don't know what food they have, ma'am. What is ports of call? You have to tell the info, ma'am, because I don't know. Peaceful water. Oh, you cruise people. Is it like it's all inclusive food? Is that what it is? Like you can just eat all day if you feel like it? But I don't know what ports of call is. Just being honest with you. The different place. Oh, the different places the boat stops. Okay. Thank you. There. Told you it wasn't me. It was these dang tootin' double-sided tape on here that was grabbing my fingers. I'm gonna take this one off. This isn't even my heavy-duty double-sided tape, and it's tripping. We're doing 2 zipper pulls, 1 on each side, so you can open the bag wide. Ooh, a good room. Not kitty bunk beds. Not kitty bunk beds. Listen, do y'all know how tall I am? Do y'all have any clue how tall? I am 5'11" and a half. Almost 6 feet tall. Could you imagine me having to spend any number of days on a kitty bed? My ankles would be hurting from hanging off the end of the bed. My son would be pissed because he's 6'9". What he gonna do? His whole from the knees down would be off the end of the bed. That's crazy. Not a kitty bunk bed. How you figure out what room you supposed to get? Listen, in my older age, I'm out for the comfort. I'm gonna pay for the comfort. Yes. I used to be like, a plane seat is a plane seat is a plane seat. Now I'm like, nah, if it ain't business class or above, I don't want it. I need my knees to not be in somebody's back. And I need people not to be trying to lay their head in my lap. Because I will lose my ish. I need the comfort. Mm-mm. All right, those are done. So what do we have to do now? We are going to do the burrito method. You're going to lay your fur piece on top. Well, first you got to put this piece on here. Let's stitch this down. How far down are we supposed to be doing this? Your youngest is 6'8". Exactly. So you know your youngest will be ankles out ticked off, complaining every day of the trip that they have to go back to bed. You know, listen, my son don't like to be in the car too long, okay? The car. If he feels like his knees in certain cars, if he's like, oh no, I can't fit in this car, he ain't trying to be in the car too long. You can imagine us in a kitty size bed anywhere. Ain't gonna happen. All right, we're gonna stitch these down. Oops, 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 oops. Ooh, what just, oh, it hit the, okay, so first of all, the needle bent. We're gonna take that off. That baby is bent. I don't know if y'all can tell, but it's curved to the left. We're gonna go ahead and get rid of this. Where's my little container? I'll put it right here so I can put it in the container. What happened was it went through a thick layer of Decaville fabric, and then it hit the teeth instead of going like to the side of the teeth. It actually hit the teeth. That's why it made that sound. And once we're done here, I'm gonna go to pick up my meds, get something to eat because I haven't eaten today. Don't tell my son I said that. He will have a hissy fit and fuss at me. You need to take better care of yourself, Mom. Can y'all tell I hear this a lot? I be trying. He thinks I have an eating disorder because sometimes I just don't be hungry. I'm like, I just don't feel like. The other day he was like, you need to eat dinner. I was like, okay. And I went and walked around the kitchen, could not figure out for the life of me what I even wanted to eat. Like, was there food in the house? Yes. Did I want to eat any of it? No. But did I also want to go get anything? No. Because I'm trying to eat healthier. It was all a mess. It was all a mess. And the whole time he was fussing at me. And I was like, I don't know what to tell you. I'm just not hungry right now. Okay, so that and that. We're going to put this on here and repeat over here. Okay, just so y'all know, I did not center that piece, so I'm going to have to take that off and do it again. For some reason it shifted and it's not in the center. This one's in the center just fine. This side is off to one side. Does your kid fuss at you too? Because Lord, I'm going to tell you. Like my blood work came back and it was all over the place. And now my son's like, did you take your medicine? Did you take your... Yes, Lord, I took my medicine. One time I was in the kitchen putting the pill in my hand. He was like, did you take your medicine? I'm getting it right now. Now I've started saying, you're not my daddy. On the one side, at least he cares, you know? At least he cares. On the other side, Lord Jesus, it's annoying sometimes. Oh, why is this crooked? Sorry, this zipper And this side is crooked and it's driving me insane. We're gonna try this again. Oh, I see the problem. It's seriously, the zipper pull just fell on the ground. Again, now I don't know which bag I'm gonna carry. There, now it's even. Now we're gonna add this back on there. Fun time in the city. Make sure it's centered, because I'm a dingbat. All right, there we go. Now we're gonna add the bottom gusset. Now, so take your furry place, right sides together. You're gonna clip these together. It would be mad helpful if I had some clips. So helpful. Now, one of the tricks that I want to tell you right now while we're doing this, or while I'm clipping, is for the binding. If you are uncomfortable with binding, the best thing to do is to attach the binding to the front panel on the wrong side. Ooh, I caught it. Ha ha ha. So we're gonna add the lining to this part, right? When you put the lining down, add the binding on one side with the lining. Do them at the same time. That way, once you're done, all you have to do is fold the binding to the place. I personally prefer fold over elastic. So that's my thing. Because you can make a mistake with fold over elastic and just stretch it to where you need it to be. And I prefer that method of covering up my issues than the permanence of trying to do it with fabric. So that's just me. I don't know why I stuck that on there. I thought I was going to be able to use it, but I forgot. I got to get across the side connectors. Now, be careful. Oh, shiznit. I forgot to add the lining. Okay, lining right sides together. Also, that would have been so lovely, Tanisha, had you done it the first time. The first time. Now we're good. Now we're good. I'm gonna have to stitch that again, but we're good. Let me connect these to this end. I had only connected the front part of the gusset, not the back, not the lining. There. All right, let's do this again. Just want to make sure I can see it. Put it at the seam allowance. We didn't even check the seam allowance, but I'm going to assume it's the same. Assumptions will get us all in trouble, right? I was wrong. I was wrong. We need to change the seam allowance. Okay. Well, at least I screwed up enough to go find the mistake. Or go fix the mistake, at least. Okay. Now here's the thing. You want to keep your eyeball on the D-ring so that it's out of the way, and you want to get across. Back stitch. Back stitch. That side is done. Repeat with the other side. Again, keep your eyeball on the D-ring because you don't want to stitch across it. I mean, stitch over the metal. Back stitch. In a good place. All right, now you're going to flip it to the right side, like so, like that. And then you're going to create one big circle. So how are we going to do this? I suggest clipping somewhere along the lines. Why does that look crooked? Because it is crooked. I'm not about to take that off for 1/8 of an inch. I'm not. We're just gonna have to leave it, and I'm gonna have to keep it moving. I'm clipping the ends to keep them together. We're gonna create one, this bottom part is gonna be one solid piece. All right, so what am I gonna do? I'm gonna flip it right side in, I guess, wrong side out. And I'm gonna stitch around the bottom. So top stitch across here. And if you're still worried, you can always add a rivet. I don't know if she's gonna, don't do that. I didn't even do anything this time. Thank you. Could you? I don't even know what happened that time. I'll check to see if she has you add a rivet in a second. I didn't check it, so I don't know. She probably did. I can hear it. I think it bent the needle, but we're just gonna. If you hear a little click, 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 it's 9 times out of 10 because the needle bent a little bit when it jammed. We're going to be careful and go slow across this piece in the middle. There. No problem this time. For drama the last time. Alright, so it's all one piece now. Let me trim off this excess over here. I'll check to see if she has you add rivets here and here, just for stability's sake. Yep, it's optional, but you can add a rivet. I'll add a rivet. We'll do it for the plot. Fudge. I just knocked over vinyl paint. So with your rivets, you don't want one that is so long that it sticks out so far. You just want it to stick out a little bit. And then that way it won't bend when you press it. You can barely see it with all this fur. That's my mom's house. If Ziggy's not talking, that's my mom's house. All right, we have that done. Now we need to add the lining to each of the panels. So that's the wrong one. This is the wrong one. This one, and this one, and this one. You can clip it all the way around. You can clip a couple of places, up to you, how you prefer to do it. Just make sure you cover all of the sections. All right. We're gonna add, sew around that. Let me do the same thing to the other side, so we only have to do this once. I have a bag tag, a interior label, but I was like, it's not enough stuff going on the inside for me to want to stick it on there. Yeah, I think I need to clip. I hate this, but I think I need to cut another circle because this looks off too. I don't know what I did when I cut these front pieces. But this is the front. So this piece is fine. But here, all of this is missing. Now I can just tuck it, but that's not going to be the same size on the back. It's about a quarter-inch difference. I'm gonna make it work. We'll see. Push come to shove, I'll take it back off. We'll see. I'm annoyed at myself right now. Like, we could have been done if I didn't have to re-cut out the face. I think I'm gonna have to cut this again. Like, this side is all SF101, so no big deal here, right? But this side, do you guys see it? Like, that's a lot to be not. Mind you, it's the back, so technically I can make it work, but I don't like it. Let me see, what's the seam allowance for this part? We're gonna make it work. Okay. Figure out which side you want to be the front of your bag. First of all, unzip your zipper. Don't be like me and forget to the last minute. Now you want to mark your centers at the top and your centers at the bottom. That's the bottom. Oh, I already had the centers at the top marked. They should still be marked. Let me make sure that one was right. And yeah, these are still right. All right, so now we're going to flip this right side in so that the right sides are facing each other. You already had your center at the top marked. Oh, hello. I didn't even sew this down. Y'all just let me wild out. Hey, RV. Y'all let me wild out over here today. So we're going to stitch down the lining to the front because we already did it to the back. I'm doing the ears first because they're a little bit thicker. We're basting at 1/8 of an inch in case anybody's wondering. I will be using fold over elastic, which is why you don't see me putting binding on here already. But like I said, if you are one who does not use fold over elastic, now is going to be a good time to add your binding right after you attach these two together. All right, all the way around and done. Now we can go back to where we had the center marked, which is right here between the ears. I'm just going to mark it again. It's right there. And we're going to put these centers together. And we're going to stitch at the seam allowance. And this is when I said I was going to go to my other machine because I don't like to do gussets on my domestic. Okay, that clip just died. Tried to take out my eyeball. You can never have too many clips, so if someone ever told you that's too many clips, they lied. They don't know nothing. Never made a bag in their life because there's never too many clips. That's why I have a whole skeleton head full of clips right now. Alright, I'm going to have to move you guys to my other machine once I get these all done, because what Tanisha is not about to do is try to do this on my flatbed. Actually, no, no, no. Can I do it on my flatbed? Yes. But do I be fighting it? Yes. Okay, hold on. We'll see. Listen, look at me talking myself out of using my own machines. Because I don't want to have to move you guys. So if you don't have a cylinder arm, this is how I would do this bag right now. What I'm about to show you. But that other side, I'm probably going to do on my cylinder arm. What you do is you're going to squish everything in and then stitch the seam allowance around. So where's the little magnetic piece? Did I knock it over? There it is, yeah. I just want y'all to know I would be on my normal machine, on my cylinder arm machine, if it wasn't for y'all. This is how much love I have for y'all. So we're gonna go around this bag at the seam allowance. Actually, I'm not at the seam allowance because, yeah, this is fine. Hey, Joshy. How are you doing? Hey, Darlene. Thank you for the comment on YouTube. I did not see it earlier, but it's because I have to touch the screen. It doesn't show them to me automatically. I am going to figure it out because, again, I'm going to start going live outside of TikTok because I'm not switching over to the new TikTok app in December. So I will have it figured out. I promise. Please come back. I'm going slow because right here is an ear and it's going to get thick. And y'all saw that it already bent a needle and we're not bending two. Okay, we're back at the beginning. And so now, before we even think about binding anything, we can take a look at what we have. How do we do that, you say? You just flip this right on out, and it will give you an idea of what your bag is going to look like. So as you can see, the ears are standing up by themselves, and this is what the side of the bag is going to look like. The binding will help to keep its structure when you put it on around here. Again, I'm going to be using photo over elastic. You probably won't see me do it on live. I probably won't do the photo over elastic on live. We'll see. We'll see. Because I could probably, hold on. Circus. This is not fold over. This is fold over elastic, but smaller. Nope, that's too dark. I don't have a blue. That's that color. So I guess we could go with like a shimmering silver. Because I don't have a blue. This blue is too dark. We can always do white. I have plenty of white fold over elastic. But I think this silver would be cute on the inside. Something just fell. I don't know what it was. So first things first is you want to make sure your snips are everything that this binding is going to go over is flat and even. And as you can see, it is not. These are pointing out. So I'm going to snip those. Anything that's not even, you're going to want to trim just so the binding sits, if the fold over elastic is sit flat. These are not the scissors I was reaching for, but okay. Oh, there's the ones I was looking for. Lovely. Isn't she lovely? So now you do the fold over elastic like this. Oh no, we're gonna have to use the white because this isn't wide enough. I can pull it, but it's only gonna cover about a 1/4 inch. Okay, we'll have to use white. Oh Lord. My white isn't fold over. Okay, yeah. I'm gonna do my binding off camera. We'll do the binding off camera. Let me do the other side. And I'll do the binding off camera. Because that was gonna be a mess. So let's fold this in half. This way. So I can mark my centers. Because we're nearly done. I don't want you to have to suffer through me trying to find the binding. No, not the binding, but the fold over elastic. Yeah, I knew that wasn't even. I was like, something isn't adding up in the water here. There. Yeah. This is the top. This is the bottom. Ears down. This is the top. Y'all, I'm putting it on backwards. Y'all weren't gonna say anything? Nobody was gonna, y'all were just gonna let me sit there and y'all were gonna stare at the fleece and be like, ma'am, what are you doing? You're just putting it on backwards. That's crazy. I thought y'all were my friends. I did. I thought y'all were my friends. We're almost done. We just need to do this and the binding. But again, I'm going to do the binding off camera. I may have to go get some fold over elastic, and because what I just saw was not fold over. It was just regular elastic. And the one I have, it looks like it's 3/4 of an inch, and I need 1 inch fold over. Just so y'all know, I bought a cylinder arm machine just so I don't have to do what I'm doing with y'all right now, which is putting this under my flatbed, like squishing it. Now, I can squish it. I did it for years before I bought the cylinder arm. But man, that's why I bought it, because I can just run that right through the cylinder arm and be done, versus having to squish it. Like, I can just put this part on my machine and stitch around like this. Like, I don't have to squish it up. It's fine. It's fine. This just shows how much I love y'all. Oh. Alrighty, so this is the top, this is the bottom. Squishity squish squish. Let's make it work. soon as I finish this side, we're going to do the first giveaway. I need to pull up my other phone so we can do it. We have 7 in TikTok and 1 on YouTube. So we will do the giveaway as soon as I finish this round. The second giveaway I'm gonna announce. I'm thinking I'm gonna give you a week, but I'm gonna give you 2 weeks to finish it. And you'll have to tag me and Kim in the bag to win the second one. Yeah. Because I want you to make the bag, like, not just watch, I want to see you make it. I am willing to help, so if you have questions, comments, concerns while you're making it, just let me know and I will reply to any messages. But I think we'll do 1 on live and then 1 if you make it. This is probably the easiest bag I've turned in so long because there's no vinyl. That's the crazy part. It's like there's no vinyl, so it was easy peasy to turn this around. So here we go with the Labubu. This is your bag, your monster bag. There we go. So I think my luck and happiness have a new buddy. We did the matching eyes. We did the matching tooth. There's a tooth because you can't see it right now. But we did the matching eyes and tooth on here. Again, she gives you the SVG files for this, so you don't have to cut it out. Now, hers did not include the tooth, but if you were here for the live, you saw how I did this. I did tell you. Again, because the face sticks out a little bit, I wanted mine to stick out a little bit, so I used foam on the front so that it could have a little puffiness to it, which I think turned out well. You don't have to use, you can still use SF101 if you want. I mean, excuse me, Decaville Light for the front or Decaville Heavy for the front. But I would suggest if you're not going to put foam back here, to at least stick foam under here. Why is that pokey? Sorry, I just saw that. I fixed it. To at least stick foam under the face part so it sticks out a little bit. But I actually love this bag. I'm going to bind it. I promise I'm going to bind it. I'll bind it today. But let's do the first giveaway. Oh, Lord. It's 2 times I had to do the puzzle piece? That's craziness. Okay, hold on. Embroidery too? What do you mean, Joshi? That with embroidery? No, this is just all vinyl. This is all applique. This was all applique. Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh, scroll up. Okay, hold on. Silver, where did you get your fur faux and vinyl? This vinyl I got from Amazon. This one's from Amazon. I can post it after we're done which vinyl this was, but I got this one from Amazon. This white I've had for a while. I got it from Joann. It was just a white vinyl that they had in stock. This brown and this light brown color, I got these 2 from My Punk Broidery. It's the promo vinyl. I love the promo vinyl for appliques because it's a thinner vinyl on her website. So that's what I use them for. I buy the promo rolls so that I can use it for applique. So the dark brown and this peach color for both the ears and the face, I got from My Punk Broidery. My Punk Broidery. But this blue for the ears and the face and the eyes, I mean the nose and eyes, I got from Amazon. So I'll post that. This fleece that I use for the bag, I got from Walmart. It was a 2-yard roll. Yes, you can use SVG files for embroidery. Yes. And this was This was an SVG file. She does provide the SVG files for this bag. I did this. I cut this out on my Cricut, except for that tooth, which, okay, even if you weren't here, I just took a piece of what was left over from the vinyl and stuck it underneath these first two layers so that it would have the colored tooth. That's what I did, because I wanted it to match my other Labubu's. If you guys know anything, these are supposed to be bag charms. So technically, like once I make the strap, I can just dangle these on with this one. That's kind of how it works. So I wanted it to have the same tooth the other two had. I'm weird. It's fine. Yes, I'm a grown up with a grown up money, and I do what I want to do. So, all right, let's do the first giveaway. I am going to put. Everybody has to pick a different number. So pick a number. Oh, I got 3 on YouTube now. So pick a number between 1 and, I have 10 on 1 and 25. And then I'm going to do but you can't pick the same number. So if anybody has a duplicate, I will tell you, so that you can change your number. YouTube, put your numbers in as well. I'm going to do a random number selector. Actually, I'll just ask Ziggy to do it. So far, I have 4 numbers and no repeats. So great job. YouTube, I have 3 of you on YouTube. You are allowed to enter this between a number between 1 and 30. I'm out because I already, Renee, I'll give you a gift card for, you can pick a different pattern if you want. So you can still do it. You don't have to have this particular pattern. It'll be a gift card for a pattern. There you go. All right, YouTube, I see 3 of you. I'd like to give you, I'd like you to be entered. So put a number between 1 and 30 in there. But this is so cute. But this fleece, I didn't want it very furry, but I wanted it soft. So this is anti-peel fleece from Walmart. The 2-yard roll, and I can tell you with that 2 yards, if you don't mess up like I did, you could probably make about 3 bags, 3 of these with 1 2-yard roll of Walmart fabric. I'm probably gonna put, do I want foam? I don't know why this keeps puckering right here on the back part. I don't like that. It's fine, but then it puckers. I don't know. I want it to be a little squishier all around, so I'll probably do another one, but use foam instead of Decaville Light. Okay, so far no duplicates. All right, I'm gonna give y'all one more. I'm gonna give you 2 more minutes to pick your number. Again, no duplicates. YouTube, there are 3 of you on there. If you want to be entered into this drawing, send a number. So far we have 26, 23, 13, 21, 7 and 9. You can't pick those numbers, but any other number you can pick. We're gonna let my Alexa pick for us, and that's gonna be the winner, so that there's no biases. I'm gonna let I can say Alexa because mine says I changed the name of mine, but you guys can't. So we're gonna let Alexa pick. But so somebody put your numbers in. All right, you get 1 more minute, then we're going to do a drawing. And then we're going to do a second drawing, which I'll talk about once we're done. Sabs, you're not, okay, I was about to say you didn't enter. She got her fingers crossed. We're going to do a second drawing. The second one is, I'm going to do 2. The first one is from me. The second one's going to be from me and Kim, or mostly from Kim, from KS Conda Designs. You have to make the bag. You have to make the bag. It does not have to be perfect. You get 2 weeks to make it. 2 weeks. Tag me, tag KS Conda Designs, and then you will be entered into the drawing to win the second gift card. All right, it's been time. We're going to do it. Hey, Ziggy, pick a number between 1 and 30.
Here's a number between 1 and 30. It's 15.
Hey, Ziggy, pick a different number between 1 and 30. Hey Ziggy, pick a different number between 1 and 30 that is not 15.
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
Hey Ziggy, pick a number between 1 and 30.
Here's a number between 1 and 30. It's 13.
13. That's my lucky number. Ah, Miga! Perfection! That's my favorite number, just so y'all know. She was testing me, y'all. Listen, for real, she was trying to annoy me, and I wasn't having it. So, Miga, I need you to send me your first and last name and your email address, and that gift card is going to get sent to you. Marilyn, thank you. You can just send it. You can DM it to me. Your email address. Just DM it to me, because once this live ends, I'm not going to be able to see it. But congratulations to you. Everyone else, there is still a second chance to win. Make the bag. You guys saw it's not hard. There's not even a lot of pieces. I promise you. Look, it is the circle for the front, the circle for the back. The lining is the circle. The lining is the circle. Then you have the gusset and the zipper panels for the gusset. You have the stabilizer pieces, but yeah, you always have to stabilize. It is not even that many pieces. That's it, and a zipper. This is not a hard bag. You just have to take your time to do the applique. But it's worth it. Look at this face. Look at it. So please, you get 2 weeks to make it. When you post it, tag me, tag Kim. I will post all of the information about the giveaway on my TikTok and my Instagram. You can post it on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube if you want to, Twitch, Blue Sky. I'm on all the places, Yummy Crafts. Just as long as you tag me, you will be entered, and tag him. But I'll put what to tag on the list. So thank y'all so much for joining me. I appreciate your time. I hope you have a great rest of your Saturday. Bye. Is high as a kite. But when I am at home, it's like my brain is like, oh, nobody can get you at home, and everything scares me. Like my son likes. Ooh, I didn't turn off this live.